Howdy, hypocrite whore, with your blue hair and signs. Time to roast your ridiculous rallies. Draw the lines. Y'all scream for chaos and our law and order fools, while truth hides in the corner, breaking all the rules. From another evil universe, illogical and wild, irrational, unrealistic, like a brainwashed child. Look at these woke weirdos, strange as they come, marching for no king's rallies and freeing Maduro dumb. He's a dictator crushing folks, but y'all cheer his name. Hypocrisy central, playing the same old game. Gays for Hamas, honey, that's a killer twist. They toss you off a roof, but you're on their list. Screaming about equality while bagging the hate from parallel evil worlds, sealing your fate. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this protest's a total no-go. What weirdos wailing in the snow, what a damn joke, bro. Banging pots and pans like toddlers throwing fits, while law and order laughs at your hypocrite bits. Upside down flags, frog suits, lawn chairs in the street. Y'all call this resistance? Nah, it's elite retreat. Waste of time, waste of air, waste of everybody's day. Go home, snowflakes, truth's not your way. Inflatable frog costumes, that's your master plan. Portland's parade of freaks, looking like a bad fan. Shining lights in windows, keeping agents up all night. Trying to play hero, but you're just a sad sight. Aztec dancers twirling giant birds on parade. Puppets in the rain, man, y'all got it made. Non-binary noisemakers with whistles and horns, honking like geese, showing off your thorns. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this protest's a total no-go. Blue-haired banshees in the snow, putting on a clown show. Then crying oppression, grow up already, that's just regression. Gays for Hamas, no kings, then dictator love. Your logic's from hell, pushing shove after shove. Waste of time, waste of tears, waste of taxpayer cash. Abolish eyes, now abolish your trash. From the scam, calling for blood when your side's in the wrong, then play the victim when the heat comes along. Overweight activists jumping on cars, megaphones blaring, queer folks dancing the taser, their safe spaces scaring. Back in Venezuelan thugs and molesters galore, pretending you're saints, what a hypocritical bore. Over 1,000 events, what a massive waste. Tiny towns full of trust fund kids, all red-faced. Soros scripts in pocket, following the herd, chanting ice must go like it's a magic word. Ignoring the criminals, the rapists they cage, while y'all rage irrational, turning the page from evil parallel realms where truth's locked away. Unrealistic dreams in your woke display. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this protest's a total no-go. Woke widows, blue hairs, freaks in the snow go. Banging pots, blowing whistles, honking like fools, while law and order enforces the rules. Frog suits, lawn chairs, upside down rags in the breeze. Your whole damn movement's a disease. Waste of time, waste of life, waste of everybody's night. Get a real job, dipsticks, or just fade from sight. freedom they hate, backing dictators while sealing our fate. No kings one day, then free Maduro the next. Your brains must be twisted, completely perplexed. Gays cheering Hamas where they meet their end. Illogical love for the enemy friend. Strange woke warriors from universes askew. Truth has no home, it's banished from you. So here's to you and our law and order crew. Keep wasting your weekends, we've got better to do. Your absurdity's epic, your hypocrisy grand. 6 minutes of sass, now disband. Stay woke, weirdos, or better yet, wake up for real. Law and order prevails, that's the deal.
All right, we're back. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, part 2 for Saturday, March the 7th, 2026, as we're watching 3 different things unfold out here. One, we've got severe weather across the south, and we're watching for tornado warnings. However, right now, it seems to have calmed down out there. We've just got right now one severe thunderstorm warning. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here, down in Texas, and so one's just south of Tilden, and one is near New Brunsfield, and they're both moving northeast, and so that's what we've got right now as far as the weather goes, and we are going to be continuing to cover that. We're also watching the conflict in Iraq as it develops, and we are also watching for the protesting that's going on. And I'm going to be changing the video out soon, but that's a rolling video up in the top up there of what happened earlier in New York, where there was actually some fighting and then some arrests. Apparently some idiot douchebag set up a memorial for Al Khamenei, and it's like, what are you doing? What kind of bullshit is that?
And I'm actually ashamed to say that. It's funny.
Catastrophe out here. Oh, it's person.
Yeah, they're trying to shut the gate, guys. Gas stop is out. These scooters are out.
Please support us here. Please, our rally has weekly expenses. Please support us here. We have weekly expenses. Thank you so much.
What's going over here?
Flag for one.
On your dock, check it out for sure. Heck yeah, Cowboys. You scooter hub, yeah, check it out. Is it on IQ or what?
The trees. Move this way. Ooh, hitting slopes. Looking at the ones.
Okay, for sure. Check it out.
Come on, where's the end?
I don't really go on there,
Can I
but
walk through this bush? Right there?
2 at 1.
All right. And it is raining here at the studio right now as well. We've got a light to moderate rainfall coming down out there. I can hear it. All right, here we go. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, well, Dreadnought, look, Trump's brought the gas prices down quite a bit. Our gas prices are up about 35 cents here today, over the last week. I'm sure they're going to go up a little more. I would expect them to go up as much as $1. But it won't last. This won't last, and there's always a bump in the road. When it comes to oil prices and people getting frightened about oil prices and things like that, this is very typical. It happens, and people will panic, and oh my God, we're going to be back at $4. Well, under Biden, we had gas at one point that was almost $5 a gallon down here. So, and now it's, it's still not near back where it was when Biden even left office, which was still pretty darn high. So it is what it is. I don't think it's going to last that long. I think it's one of those things where every time we have anything happen in the Middle East, we get this burst of, oh my God, we're in trouble, and the gas prices soar, and then it works itself out fairly quickly. You have to also remember that Trump is right in the middle of making gasoline a lot more available here in the country. And so you've got that going on in unison. He's already doing stuff to make gas cheaper while this is happening, and that's going to help dull the effect of all this. Yeah, I mean, I get it. People forgot. Gas prices were really high under Biden. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not, look, I wasn't comfortable with Venezuela, but it looks like he made a good decision there. Wasn't comfortable. Oh, shit. Hold on. I just put out a big old bowl of cat food for my cats outside, and I didn't want it to get all ruined in the rain, so I got it in time. It wasn't hardly even wet. Yeah, no, I get it. Trust me, I understand, but I do also understand that this too shall pass. Is basically where we're at. It takes a long time to correct an economy that's going down a bad road. If anybody has any links to any video, protest-wise, send it to me. I'm looking for a protest video. And I'm starting to wonder about this Portland. Portland, it's probably about an hour before dark there in Portland. And I don't know if all these are still live or not. I don't think some of them are. Or Los Angeles. Man, they just keep going down as quick as I can put them up.
entering or exiting the facility. Blocking or impeding access to these areas disrupts federal operations and is a violation of federal law. You are directed to clear the driveway and surrounding areas immediately. Blocking or impeding access and failure to clear the driveway violate federal law and continued violations after this notice will result in detention or arrest and may result in exposure to chemical agents. Journalists and legal observers are requested to move towards either the Elizabeth or Temple Street intersections to avoid disrupting law enforcement operations. Civil disturbance notice. Attention, this is the Federal Protective Service. Individuals in this gathering are violating federal law by causing physical damage to federal property, assaulting federal officers, or targeting officers with projectiles or dangerous objects. You are ordered to cease and desist such activities and depart the area immediately by proceeding towards the Elizabeth or Temple Street intersection. Failure to comply with this lawful order will result in detention or arrest and may result in exposure to chemical agents. Journalists and legal observers are requested to move towards either the Elizabeth or Temple Street intersections to avoid disrupting law enforcement operations.
I don't have anything out of Portland. I'm checking with a second set of keywords.
Alright guys, give me 1 second because I'm gonna hop up here. So just give me 1 second. There we go. Now we business.
Look at all those flags waving, and none of them are ours. What's that tell you? When you say can't we all just work together, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the Republicans and the Democrats work together? I think we're beyond that now. Thank you for that. Also, yeah, I don't know what you mean by we all got to work together. I used to believe that. There was a time when I believed that, yeah, that we need to cross the aisle, we need to compromise, we need to work together. That was years ago. I no longer feel that way. I'll tell you why. Halfway to hell is still the road to hell. And I'm not getting on that road. And I'm going to fight everything I can fight to not get on the road to hell or the road to communism or the road to just everything being terrible. I'm not getting on that road. And halfway to crazy is still crazy, okay? And I'm not going there. And so I'm now at the point where I no longer believe that the best thing we can do is all just get along and work together and try to figure things out and try to find common ground. I'm beyond all that. I think we need to fight tooth and nail for what we believe in, and we never give up and never surrender. Seriously. That's where I'm at right now. So the whole thing with this is I understand what you're saying, but I'm beyond that now. I no longer want to meet them halfway down the road to hell. Yes, the left will never compromise. It's socialism or bust. It's communism or bust. That's where they're at right now. All right? And the only time the left compromises is to gain ground, and then they immediately go back on it. So they'll just do whatever they do. And so I won't compromise. I will not compromise. I'm sorry. I just won't do it. I will fight them 100%. I think we need to stand resolute and absolute and not give in to any of it. Yeah, look at all the flags. You would not know what country you're even in right now. And that's true. That's absolutely true. And that, I believe, is going to be an older video from earlier. I'm not sure where. I think that was in New York earlier. Where's all the trolls tonight? Well, Dreadnought, it's mostly because they're ignorant. Look, that's why most people start out as Democrats, and then as they get older and smarter and wiser and more worldly, they become more conservative. Okay? I think that's what it is it's not as much that they're just total stupid idiots as much as they're not worldly. They've never taken the time to understand what the difference is between fascism and socialism, and they think that because of all these professors in their schools, they think that capitalism's bad and socialism is good, and they're fundamentally and diabolically opposed to what we do here. And so as long as they want to change our country in a fundamental way, I will never support anything they do, and I will never try to reach across the aisle. I think we should build a wall down between the aisle. I don't ever want to work with them again, because I don't think it gets us anywhere. It's 3 steps forward and 3 steps back with them. You don't get anywhere. Yeah, that's the thing. How much further back can we step? You know, for so many years, they gerrymandered every state. And now we've started doing it, and now they're like, oh my God, they're gerrymandering. It's like, you guys have been doing this for years. It's the most racist thing in the world, and you've been doing it for years. There's nothing new here. It's just now the Republicans are doing it. And boy, you don't like it when the Republicans are doing it, do you? Hell no. Shit. It's okay when they're doing it, though. It's perfectly good. It's okay. It's good. I got a horn beeping outside. Stand by. Apparently it was nothing. I don't even see anything out there. Oh, great. Oh, God. More videos ending. Yep. Wow. There's not a lot of video. You're seeing the only two feeds I can find now that I think are live. The two center ones, top center. Of course, the Middle East stuff, I believe, is all live. There's 4 different cameras now. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. I can't read that. It's too small. And Beirut. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, would you believe when they did a poll just recently, they did a poll of Democrats. They only polled Democrats. And they asked them, they're like, hey, who would you vote for if the election for president was today? And would you believe Gavin Newsom, number one, at 19%? So in other words, they have no heir apparent. Normally by this time, a lot of times you would already have 1 or 2 front runners. They don't. Their highest person is 19% Gavin Newsom, 17% Kamala Harris, number 2, believe it or not. And then number 3, Beto, Robert Francis O'Rourke, dumbass. He's number 3, and number 4 is AOC. Yeah, they want that. There's, believe it or not, 13% of Democrats think that she would make the best president. That's why these people, I don't even think they're good at making any decisions at all. Listen to what I'm saying. 13% of Democrats, we're talking 1 million people here. I mean, we're talking a lot of people, I don't even know the number, believe that AOC would be the best person in the whole world to be the president of the United States of America. And they chose her over all the other ones. That's crazy.
So back in January, this Asian lady that's walking here,
Yep, Beto O'Rourke, Beto. The name he appropriated. Yeah, I have a good clip of him, but I don't know if I've got it here. Oh yeah, Here's my favorite statement. This is from Beto O'Rourke, or as I call him, Robert Francis O'Rourke.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Hell yeah, we're coming after your guns. That's Beto. Yeah, that's that moron. I mean, it's better than Cuomo, I guess.
I do it with everyone. Black and white, young and old, straight and LGBTQ, powerful people, friends, strangers, people who I meet on the street.
I do it with my laptop if it had a hole. Oh! Absolutely crazy. I was going to do Trump and all tonight, but I like to wait till there's at least one person in here I can piss off with it. It's my little bit of Schadenfreude for the night.
Spoiled little bitch, man. Be nice to your elders. There's a lot of restreamers and hard to break through. I mean, yeah, you got a point. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. She's awesome, though, man. She is really fucking cool. Because, one time there was people fucking... Yeah, she is. She's a baller. Fuck yeah. And does this streamer? Okay, all right. I agree. Yep. Don't let the left. Don't let these motherfuckers hear you say that, because they're gonna be like, you sound like a Nazi. That's what a Nazi would say, you know, that kind of shit. They're messing with that shit again. Are they lifting it?
Not the Nazis.
These guys are so fucking, like, lame, dude. The problem with restreaming is, what? Restreaming is if you miss a day, you'll lose audience. Yeah. Well, I took a long break from streaming on YouTube. So it was, when I started doing the restreaming, I was popping off, surprisingly. Are they trying to pry it open like the fucking movie? Are they trying to do what they saw in Pirates of the Caribbean? They trying to fucking pry it up. You know what's funny? If you look at it, that ain't gonna work. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how it hinges. If you look up here, right, you guys? If you look up here, look where it's pointed. If they try to pry it up, it's not gonna work. They have to go down. They have to open. They have to lift this one up. They have to lift this one up, and then they can fucking get this out. They literally have to lift this fucking fence up to get this fucking one out. That's fucking. It's funny.
You know, the language doesn't really bother me, but I have to tell you, what does bother me is the fact that without the F word, I don't think this younger generation could speak. I really don't think they could speak at all without the F word. Every single sentence that man has said so far has had at least one F word in it. Now, I know there's different camps out there. Believe it or not, a lot of people believe that if you cuss, that means you're stupid. On the contrary, they find that very creative people tend to cuss more. And they find that people that are great entrepreneurs, people that become great business owners, and people that become very successful in life, a lot of times we're big cussers. And a lot of times people who don't cuss, people that always refrain from cussing, those lifestyles and those choices that those people make generally aren't the best. So I get that too. So there's two camps out there. One that thinks if you cuss, you're stupid. And one that thinks if you cuss, it's good, it makes you the smarter guy in the room. I think it could go either way. I personally believe, hey Victor, what's up, buddy? I personally believe that it should be used sparingly. I think it should be used like it was originally intended. You know, if I see something that is exclaimable and I say, holy shit, that's okay. But to just sit here and say, F this effing thing that effing came into the effing room and then the effing breeze blew and it blew the effing candle out and then the effing thing. Yeah. I mean, look, I swear, look, I was a firefighter. We taught the sailors how to cuss. I'm a professional. But as the older I get, the less I try to talk like that. It's just, I find it to be somewhat counterproductive, especially when you're in a professional environment. Oh, we got some kind of press conference.
Situation that occurred earlier today during protests outside of Gracie Mansion, from which footage of suspicious devices has been circulating on social media. The information that I am about to provide is preliminary and it is subject to change. At approximately 11 a.m., two separate demonstrations, a protest and a counter-protest, commenced in the area of East End Avenue and East 87th Street. The initial protest, called Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City, Stop New York City Public Muslim Prayer, organized by individuals associated with far-right provocateur Jake Lang, drew approximately 20 participants. The counter-protest, Run the Nazis Out of New York City, Stand Against Hate, took place nearby
Jesus Christ.
with roughly 125 participants at its peak. Both groups were separated into designated protest areas by NYPD officers. Shortly before noon, tensions escalated between individuals in the two groups. At 12:15 p.m., a protester associated with the Jake Lang group used pepper spray against counter-protesters and was arrested thereafter. At approximately 12:38 p.m., a counter-protester identified as Amir Balat, an 18-year-old man, lit and threw an ignited device toward the protest area, landing in the crosswalk of East 87th Street and East End Avenue. Witnesses reported seeing flames and smoke as it traveled through the air before it struck a barrier and extinguished itself a few feet from police officers. Mr. Balat then ran southbound on East End Avenue toward 86th Street and gets a second device from a man tentatively ID'd as Ibrahim Nick, 19 years old. Mr. Balat lights the device and starts running with it. He then drops the device on the west side of East End Avenue between East 86th and East 87th Streets. Officers immediately secured the area and they took both men into custody. This was all captured on NYPD Argus camera. The bomb squad responded and examined the devices. Based on preliminary examination and X-ray imaging, the devices, which were a bit smaller than a football, appear to be a jar wrapped in black tape, importantly with nuts, bolts, and screws, along with a hobby fuse that could be lit. At this time, we do not yet know whether the devices were functional improvised explosive devices or hoax devices, because we don't yet know if there was energetic material contained in them. Both recovered devices are being transported by the bomb squad in a total containment vessel to Rodman's Neck for further testing and analysis. Following the discovery of the devices, officers established a safety perimeter around the area and began a comprehensive search for any additional hazards. That includes canine sweeps as well as manual canvassing of the surrounding blocks, which includes inspections of garbage cans, underneath vehicles, and other locations where additional devices could potentially be hidden. These sweeps are still ongoing. In total, 6 arrests were made today in connection with the events. Those arrests include the 2 individuals responsible for handling and deploying the devices, the individual who used pepper spray earlier in the protest, and additional arrests related to disorderly conduct and obstructing traffic. This investigation remains active, and we will continue working to analyze the devices and to determine whether anyone else may have been involved. I have been in regular communication today with Mayor Mamdani about the situation. As of now, there is no indication that this is related to the ongoing hostilities in Iran, but the investigation is still ongoing given the heightened threat environment. Important to note, I always speak about the police running towards the danger when everyone else runs away. Let me be clear, that happened today. Officers, many of whom are here with me, ran toward a man carrying an ignited suspicious device. They put the safety of others and their sworn duty to protect and serve above their own personal safety. And I am grateful that there were no injuries associated with the incident. Today, as always, I thank our police for their noble service. Now I'll take a few questions. Hello. Or do we know if they were home? I am not able to confirm if they were home or not. I believe they were not. As I mentioned, at this time, we are doing canvassing and canine sweeps. As of now, that canvass and those sweeps have not turned up any additional suspicious devices.
That is the latest updates there coming out of New York City this evening with those.
A situation that I was only vaguely aware of until just then, so that was some good information there. Yeah, I think I do have one chaser here. Let me see if I can move this. I'm starting to get real suspicious of these Portland videos, although the sun does look pretty low in the sky. All right, let me take 6 and move it over to here. And then I do have one storm chaser here that's out. We'll stick that here since I have a space for him now. I will say all these years doing this has gotten me good with this program. Holy shit. I'm getting to where I'm pretty quick with it. All right, let's take a quick rundown and look at what's going on. Israel strikes oil refineries outside Iran's capital city. Trump demands regime cry uncle and surrender. Yeah, they want an unconditional surrender, and I think that's one that Trump learned from the Klingons, because Klingons only accept unconditional surrenders, and I don't know. I'm thinking maybe that's where he gets that. I don't know. All right. And so anyway, that's what we got there. Let me do the... Trump has just blasted the UK Prime Minister. We don't need people to join wars after we've already won. Oh, man. I love old Trump, man. He's awesome. It's true. Now they kind of want to join. They didn't want nothing to do with it a week ago, but now that we've almost won the damn thing, now they want it. No thanks.
For your presence. Thank you for the subs, the likes, the shares. Thank you guys. Welcome to Lens Media. Let's continue.
Holy shit. I didn't know this guy, but Steve, it says Stephanie Buttermore dies suddenly at 36. She was a fitness influencer. This according to her fiance. Well, that sucks. There's Jamie Lee Curtis at 67, still not looking bad. All right, let me see what else we got going on here. Adam Schiff. I can't believe anybody even listens to that piece of crap anymore. Absolutely crazy. When I go down these news sites, if I see a really cool picture that I like, I will save it so that tomorrow when I'm doing my, my grid, that grid that you see every night? Believe it or not, I make that. I think I've showed a lot of you guys this, but I actually made an AI that makes that particular thing every day for me. And it works really, really well. And, building AI has become a lot easier than you think. And you now have the ability to build AI. You can just go to the AI studio and you tell the AI what you want and it builds the program for you. And then you can compile it into a program and save it and it's yours, you own it. But anyway, so what I did, I'm not going to go through the whole thing with you guys again, but if you're interested, let me know. Yeah, I know. We had a CETO guy got robbed down here and thrown overboard. And they had to go rescue him and then find the boat and arrest the asshole that stole it. So yeah, it's been a crazy day. Yeah, I don't normally cover all that kind of stuff, but let me see what we got here. I don't normally do crime drama stuff. Old lady, this female. See you later, Steely Dan. Have fun. Maybe next day you'll come back as Mac Fleetwood. Or you could find some other cool name. Let's see. Well, AI is, let me tell you what AI has done for me. AI has made my life better. AI has turned an hour of labor into 10 hours worth of work for me. I can run this entire channel completely by myself. I can do all this broadcasting and all these graphics and all this music and all of these keywords and hashtags and descriptions and titles and everything. This channel would be half what it is right now, and I'd work 3 times as hard if it wasn't for AI. So I love AI. AI's already building houses. Yeah, you don't want to hear about it, but I'm telling you right now, they've got machines building houses. It's a big machine. They pull it out and they set it up, and it runs around your yard and it builds your house. And it squirts the stuff out and it builds the entire foundation, and then it builds the walls and everything, and you just put a roof on it and you're done. And that's all being done by computers. Computers now, AI is also being used to make plans for homes. You can now make plans for your home through AI. You don't even need to necessarily go to an architect. You can go to AI, get it done, boom, boom, boom. So, you know, it's one of those things. Is that live with Trump? I think it is.
And he brought it down to the lowest level it's ever been. We will start at the appropriate time, which is basically a gut instinct. We will start filling up these strategic reserves.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, it's, I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Are you thinking about the oil facility there? There's an oil facility kind of on the coast of Iran that could be secured by ground troops. There's been some speculation that could be a target.
I don't know what the speculation is, but I certainly wouldn't be able to tell you that. I'd be in trouble with myself if I told you that.
What does the president do? You need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium at the nuclear sites?
To find out about that, we haven't talked about it, but it was a total obliteration. They haven't been able to get to it, and at some point maybe we will. You know, that would be a great thing. But right now we're just decimating them. But we haven't gone after it. But something we could do later on. If we wouldn't do it, we wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later.
So you want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran? Can you talk to me?
Well, because I don't want to just come back every 10 years, and mostly you'll have presidents, mostly.
Yeah, this is a rerun. I was just thinking that. I'm like, this is the exact same thing. Yeah, because here comes this guy. This is the exact same one from earlier. But I guess they're just rerunning it. They do that a few times. All right, so I wanted to mention... AI to create characters for my Cranky Men website project. Are you wanting still images? Because still images are something you can do right now, amazingly. Video is coming along quickly. It's already there to a way, but it's not as good yet. Yeah, Biden sold us out with the strategic oil reserves. He really did. But Trump will put them back. And he'll end up making us a deal on it, trust me. Yeah, I don't think we're going to put any boots on the ground, at least not until it gets to where we bring an envoy in or whatever, and that's when it's all over and you've got a new government and everything else. So yeah, I don't think we're going to end up with that. I really don't. All right. Yeah, if you're wanting to make up, you know, images, I suggest you go to the website I go to. It's called aistudio.google.com. You have to do a paid API key. No big deal. You just go in and put I don't even know if you need a credit card number. You just have to go in and fill out the stuff and they give you enough credit. I've been using the credits for 2 months. I haven't used them up yet. So it's pretty cool, but you have to, Google becomes basically the back end for your AI. And then when you use this studio, you basically can build your own AI. You can tell the AI, build me a program that, well, would you like me to show you? I've got a lot of people in here that aren't my regulars, so let me just show you real quick, okay? It's all right. It's quiet right now. Let's just, let me just show you guys real quick. I built this one here. Notice I'm going to go ahead and, hold on, let me get this cut up right. I want to cut, I'm going to give you a little more of the screen than I normally do because I want you to see, wow, God bless America. There's a couple things about OBS that just drive me insane. Every time you start clicking, it starts back at the top of the list again. That's one of them. Okay, so here we go. This is what the program looks like. And you can see over here on the left pane, that's me building the program. Then over here, this is all the program. So basically, I'm building the program, and then it shows me the program, and then I can use the program and see if I like it. When I get the program exactly the way I like it, I'm all set to go. Some of the things I told this thing to do is color things with a red and blue neon glow, use an off-screen red and blue spotlight, change things to be dark and eerie. You know, these are the kind of commands that I gave this thing. And I told it, make me an application that asks for the title. So the title is going to be Test Show Screen. Okay, that's going to be the title of our show. I go in and I can put in my Starship Adventures logo. There we go. There's my logo. Now, here's my 9 windows. Notice it already populates. I could just hit the button and it would make me a beautiful thumbnail. That's already kind of the stuff I do on my show. But I go into this, and now I've made it. I also went back later and modified it, and I said, I want to be able to put in either a photo or I want to be able to put in a description of what I want. So one of the things I do, and this is a little nuts, but I'm going to show you guys because I show you everything. Look at this. I've got an actual prompts for AI page here on right here on my Google Documents. Look at this. These are all my prompts. Protests with white female protesters and people in inflatable dinosaur costumes with signs that say, "Help me, I'm psychotic." There's smoke in the air in a police car with the lights on. That's literally, I copy that and paste it in, and that becomes one of my prompts. I got war in the Middle East. It won't make bombs dropping on Tel Aviv, but you know what it will do? It'll make a Middle Eastern town that's experiencing a meteor shower. You have to think around it sometimes. A violent thunderstorm with tornado, lightning, and rain. Space, patriotic. These are all ones that I use every day. So I put them on a screen so that I've got it right here. So now that I'm here, I can just paste these in if I want. Okay, here's my crazy protesters. This one I'm going to use a picture. And I'm going to use, I got this really cool picture of a jet I just downloaded, I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it didn't get it. Anyway, here's a picture of something. I'll just download that. Here, we'll do another picture. This one here, I've got a, what do I got here? Oh, here's a cool picture of a ship I'll put in there. This is all from just the last couple days. Now, the middle 3 are the important ones. Those are the ones you really want to look really cool. So you can put something in here like here I got White House at night with Donald Trump and the Constitution all faded together. I take that, I stick it in here, boom, that's now going to build it there. I go here, this one I'm going to insert another picture, and I'm going to say put a picture in here of one of the Middle Eastern towns at night. No, let's not do that. I want to find something a little better. So let's go back to here. I'll use one from a couple days ago. Let me find one. Okay, here's one. Here's a guy telling a chopper to take off, okay? So now we got our 3 main pictures. We got one more main one right here. So in this one here, what I want to put is a meteor shower over a Middle Eastern city at night. I put that one in there. And then, of course, we're doing rain and thunderstorms tonight, so I'm going to put the violent thunderstorm with tornado and lightning. You see what I'm doing, guys? I'm literally just, and I can do this really fast. Put that in there, and then for this last one, I'll upload one last picture. Here we go, a picture of an explosion. Okay, so there we go. Now I've got all my pictures in my description. So I either gave it a picture or I gave it a description. You see what I mean? And then I hit Ignite Multi-Engine. And now look, it's going to make this for me. These are the same thumbnails that you guys see every night. They go on wherever. Let's see here. Let me pull tonight's up. And just to give you an idea, this is tonight's. This is the one that I made earlier for tonight. It's got Trump. It's got Fetterman on there. It's got all the stuff that's going on today. I mean, if you look, it's all the different things that are going on today, all in the thing. And that's literally how you do it right there. You just create the thing. So now we've got this one over here that's creating. Even my progress bar is red, white, and blue. I want you guys to notice. Yep. There it is. There it is. Look at that. I could use that. That's perfect. It's camera ready. Look, it's beautiful. I'd not necessarily put two different windows with Donald Trump, but that's okay. But notice it's got the big tornado. It's got the protesting dinosaurs. It's got the ship. It's got the helicopter taking off. And notice it's all got the neon red and blue highlights. Notice even the buildings have like lights that shoot off that are different colors. And I think it looks really cool. It sticks with my branding. It's got my logo on it. And it's ready to go. But watch this. It also makes me the square one so I can post a notification or a post in my community page or whatever. So not only does it give me the square one, the screen one, but it also gives me the square one. Isn't that pretty cool? I think that's absolutely amazing. And I made this. And all I do is go down here and click download, and boom, it'll bring up the download dialog box, and you download it, and you're done. And so this is how I have beautiful thumbnails every night with about 3 minutes of labor. Now, how long would it take me to make this, even with paintbrush? Even if I was really good with Adobe Photoshop and I had all the elements and I had all the stuff and everything, how long would it take me to make this picture? The truth is, it would be the better part of a day. And now I can make this picture in 3 minutes. 4 at the most. And I've got a beautiful picture. And while this picture is making, you notice it took about 2 minutes to make it. While it's making, I have Grok on the other screen making my title, my keywords, my hashtags, my descriptions, and everything I need to go with it on the computer, on YouTube. So it literally does allow me to do things very fast. One of the things I use a lot is Quick Pitch. This is one that I've kind of built it. I've added a lot to it. I've made it work a little smoother, but it's basically taken off of their original version of Quick Pitch. This is really a nice piece of software. Again, I'm writing the software and using the software at the same time. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And you don't have to be that. If you're sitting there saying, oh shit, man, he went way over my head about 10 minutes. No, I didn't. Trust me, I'm not as smart as you think. I'm able to get my head wrapped around this. It's not that bad. I think most everybody in here that's interested in my show could probably do this. It's not that bad. Well, and then you know, Dreadnought, how much that would have taken on Photoshop to put all those elements and cut and paste and put all the effects, the neon effects on everything, and make that 9 different screens and everything else, and then lay the words in with all the coloring and everything else. I mean, it's a lot of bullshit. All right, so here we go. This is the program I use to make some really cool stuff. Okay, now I'm going to show you how I do it. I simply go in here, and the first thing you have to do is you have to choose any context pictures that you're going to use. Okay, so am I going to use a context picture or not? Yeah, probably so. I want to use maybe a picture of me doing something. Like, you know those pictures I put up of like me fixing the Enterprise and shit, right? Well, I could easily do something like that. And what I do is I go in here and I upload my picture, which is right there. I select, do I want square, portrait, wide, or classic? I pick which shape I want. Do I want to do an image or a video? Now, the video doesn't do that well. It really isn't that good yet. but the image works really well. So now I'm going to come down here. Now I have some different ones already built so that we don't have to take all that time. But let me show you some of the things that I would normally put in here and kind of what it makes. Let me find it here. Holy crap. I've got so much. Okay, so here we go. Here's my prompt that I'm putting in here. Okay, I'm going to read it to you first so that you can see what it says. And here I'm going to put it in. I want to make sure that my studio config is ready. Yes, it's set. Okay. All right, so I've got all this stuff. Here's what it says. A realistic magazine cover for Starlog magazine. On the cover, a realistic image of the person in the photo in a Starfleet captain's uniform from Star Trek the original series on a strange alien planet. Overhead, you can see the USS Liberty, NCC 1776, which, by the way, is the ship associated with this show. I don't talk about it much, but my starship, just so you know, is the USS Liberty, NCC 1776. It looks just like the Enterprise. The image is the captain. He is wearing the gold captain's uniform. He is shooting at the herd of donkeys coming over the hill. The title of the lead story is The Sights and Sounds of Earth, live from the USS Liberty, a weekly news and science show at 9 p.m. For other lesser stories on the cover page, and I just wrote some other funny headlines like Starfleet Academy is the worst Trek yet, yuck. And the next one says, the franchise, ... it's dead, Jim, and stuff like that. So I just wrote in some like other articles. So now I paste this, which is called the prompt. I paste that into here and I click activate. That's it. That's all there is to it. I gave it a picture, what size I wanted, and a description of what I want. Notice I did not have to put in what the captain's uniform looks like. I did not have to put in what the Starship Enterprise looks like. I did not have to put in what an alien planet, because if I don't put it in, it will either go find it, or if it can't find it, it will extrapolate it based on what it has. There it is. There's the magazine cover for you. Now that's pretty funny. But that's how I do it. And this thing is so easy to use. It's amazing. Yes, I'm sure there's good ones out there to do animations. It's just the stuff I'm using here doesn't do animations that well yet. Yes, William, that's the thing. This cover of this magazine would have taken you hours to put together. And get it, even on Photoshop, it would have taken hours. And then you're right, maybe the client didn't like it and it was all a waste of time. So yeah, that's what I mean about this. This is this to me is really a big deal because you can make some really cool stuff with it. Notice the ship even has the right registry number, NCC 1776. Merlin, I've never done that. I've never done that. But let me do it. Hold on. Oh, God bless this damn computer. Freaking piece of crap. I'm going to write a book called When Copy and Paste Doesn't Work. Yep, it's just not working. It won't copy this for some reason. Bastard. That sucks. I just when computers do stupid shit like this, it makes me so mad. Okay, I just put it into Grok. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, it says your name Ian, pronounced E-N, is the Scottish Gaelic English form of the word John. I already knew that. Tracing back through a long chain of ancient languages and sacred text to one core profound meaning, God is gracious, or has shown favor or grace. This originates in the ancient Hebrew from the biblical name Yakanan, found throughout the Hebrew Bible. It combines Yah, which is shortened form of Yahweh. Okay, whatever. Let's see here. In the Greek translation, let's see. It was used like John the Baptist. Gracious or favored, according to Latin. In Celtic, it's an adoption via early Christian and Irish masonries. It becomes Eowyn or Lane in medieval Gaelic. There's no direct parallels for ancient or Old Norse or Egyptian or any of that. Interesting, though. I never thought to do that. Well, that's crazy. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to show you guys these prompts. You can make some really fun prompts. This was another one I did. I want to show you guys this one. In this one here, I put a movie poster similar to Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. On the poster, a realistic image of the captain. He is wearing the gold uniform with captain's rank. The name of the movie is The Sights and Sounds of Earth on Starship Adventures. And there you go. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. That's us fighting the commies, man. Hey, Joe Biden, they got to put head shit on Joe Biden just to get his head to move. Yes, beloved. I need somebody to love me, but I don't have time. It's so true. But see, you can put pictures of whoever you want in here. I think that's what's really cool about that. This is you can just do so many things with this. Another thing you can do is you can make toys, which I think is really cool. You have to type a certain thing. You have to put draw an action figure toy of the person in this photo. The figure should be a full figure and displayed in its original blister pack. And then you have to put from there what you want in it and what you want it to say. So let's be creative here. Let's put in here, we want to, the person is a Star Trek action figure, and he is wearing the captain's uniform from Star Trek The Next Generation. If you don't put that, it'll just pick a Star Trek. So, or I'm sorry, Star Trek the original series. I almost typed the wrong thing. The original series. It's important to be very specific when you're typing this stuff, or it will not come out like you want it to. And then I want to put, he comes with a phaser, a communicator, a tricorder, a tribble, and a regulation manual. He also comes with an official comm badge that the purchaser can wear. I know this seems like I'm going a little crazy, but I am very picky because I think when these things come out, they come out really cool. Okay, so the packaging says Captain Ian. And under it, USS Liberty. On the bottom, put, quote, from the Sights and Sounds of Earth collection. And also put quote from Starship Adventures. Okay, so I mean, I know that seems like a lot, but like I said, I'm picky. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm going to take that because I always write stuff over here and then I copy it over. So here we go. We're in here now and we're going to hit the button. Let's see what happens. Sometimes you have to make changes. You can either go back and have it make it all over again, or you can have it go back and just rework it a little bit. Sometimes the reworking doesn't work because it gets all out of kilter. Look at that. There you go. Now tell me that's not cool as shit. Comes with two communicators. I mean, because it knows I'm in the radios apparently. There's the comm badge. It comes with wearable. It says wearable metal Starfleet comm badge. From Starship Adventures, from the Sights and Sounds of Earth collection. And notice the back of the package. It even shows you the back of the freaking package. It got the rank on the sleeves right. The size of the weapons and tricorders and stuff are a little bit off, but it even comes with the tribble and the regulation book. I don't know what that other thing is. Is that like the keys to the ship, maybe? I don't. Oh man, if you're using an AI, just all you got to do. I know it's crazy, but I found this in a news article about a year ago. Type that in, and then finish it out. That's all you have to do. Type that in, and then finish it out, and it will make you your own action figure, just like this. uh, yeah, it's a lot of fun. So you guys, even if you don't want to build your own AI like I did, you can still just go use any AI image generator and put that in, and it should make this for you. What app am I using? Okay, I'm using AI Studio in Google. Okay, I'll put a link in. And then once you get in there, look for quick pitch and just create a quick pitch. And then you can start to modify it to make things the way you like it. But that's really cool. I'm happy with that. I'm saving that shit. Uh-huh. Save the image, that's right. And I got to tell you, one of the coolest things that ever has been made for me on AI was made today. It was something I put up for this show. Let me pull this up real quick so I can show you. I was thoroughly impressed with this, to be honest with you. I was like, wow, that's really good. What, I got to use that more. I got to find a way to use that more. Oh, wrong one. Come on. Look at this. Is that really not cool? Now it's stretched. I know it's stretched. I just realized it's all stretched. But this was an AI project that I did, and all I did was I told it, take my logo, which I put in there, and incorporate it with what I'm doing tonight on my show. And I put, I am going to be covering civil unrest. I'm going to be, I told it, and I said, protests with angry women with blue hair. And I said, and also a meteor shower in the Middle East. And I told it, I showed it, I gave it the weather map, and I told it, severe weather here. And it made this for me in one shot. I'm like, man, that's beautiful. Okay, again, it is, this app is called, it's Google. It's AI Studios. Just go to this page. Go to that page right there that I just put in. And you'll have to create an account if you don't already have one. If it asks you to create an API account, you're going to have to do that too. It's too much to walk you through, but it's also not that difficult. So let me just see if I can help you real quick. Once you get into here, it's going to look very similar to this, okay? It's going to look like this. And this is where you start. Over here on the left, if you've already, once you start getting some apps, you can take those here. But for right now, just go here where it says start, and make sure you're in the newest one. I always make sure I'm in Pro 31. Pro 31, I think, is the newest one. You want Pro 31 is what you want, and then all you do is you type in here what you want it to build. Now, I would go to the gallery here, and then where do you do it? I'm trying to see. You do have to go down to the bottom here and get an API key. You see down here where I'm at? Get API key. Just do that. If you've already got a Google account, it's really simple. But I would get in here and where's the freaking search bar? How would they not have a freaking search bar in here? Oh my God. Shit. This is why I hate this, man. It's like, I went in the gallery and found all mine, but I also, but he brought in Quick Pitch, and I don't know how he did it now. It's quickpitch.1 is what you want, but there's no way to search for it. My God. I hate counterintuitive shit like this. There's really not that much in here unless you start flipping through everything. This thing will build machine code for you. It will do almost anything. This really sucks. Damn it. I just throw it in Quick Pitch and it seems like it's making it for me. But see, that's what you can do with this. You can make stuff like, let's say your boss every day, he sends you 10 pictures every day, and you have to go put a watermark on those pictures or something. You could just build one of these to do that for you. You can make it, you can build something that will make just about anything. So it's pretty cool. It seems like it's making it. Maybe this will work. I don't know. You can also tell it something like after it makes your program, you can tell it stuff like, now I want you to add an error dialog box so that if there's an error and it can't make my image, it will tell me why. I do that. And I also tell it, I want you to remove all restrictions and all blocks on this app and have it make everything it's directed to make without any restriction or block. And that helps. But Google still will not make pornography, which is fine. I don't need to make that. Because there's plenty of other sites. If you want to get into that, that's out there too. Yeah. I don't know if this is going to work. It's taken forever, but it may be. Nope, it's building a program. You can have it build a program that goes to Fox News website and every morning, and it harvests the top 20 news stories, and it will truncate down a one-paragraph explanation for each story. And then it will serve that to you in whatever method you want. It'll do neat stuff like that. It'll aggregate things and figure things and calculate things. If there's a certain job you have to do every day where you input numbers and then you have to do a bunch of stuff with it, you could easily have this make you a program that would do that for you. Anything like that. Like I said, I'm making programs with it to tell it how to make my graphics all at one time, you know? Okay, see, this worked. All I did was type in quick pitch. That's it. And it made the whole program based on that. And this looks like this is actually a little different, but it works. Well, that's interesting. Now, even though that's here, I can go back to here and it's still there. It's now one of my apps. I can go to my app and there it is. It's the top one. It's the last one. These are all apps that I've been working on. I'm making one that's going to copy my hunter data from POTA and move it over to a QSL file or whatever kind of file, so that I can put it into QRZ. And so I'm working on that one, and I've got it aggregating the data, but it's not modifying all the columns right. And I'm still working on that. Once I get that done, I'm going to release it and give it away, just because POTA pisses me off that they won't allow us to download that information. So I'm thinking about allowing it to just be given away. There's VO Studio, which does video, actual video stuff. You can do that. There's Type Motion is another great one, where you put in your call letters or whatever, and it will make it like moving letters with clouds or whatever you want. Yeah, AI's taking jobs. AI's also creating jobs. I think that's part of it we don't seem to understand too, is that, yeah, it's taken thousands of jobs, tens of thousands. Look, I haven't been paid for voice work in almost a year. It took that job from me. Done. But look what it's done in my life. It's given me the opportunity to make an entire channel and to have it look great and do it with the labor and manpower and attention of only one human being. And so that to me is worth its weight in absolute gold. Absolute. Well, it's creating jobs, it's taking jobs, let me tell you what, all the way back through history, when the loom first came out, they thought it was going to take all the jobs. Then the sewing machine came out. They thought it was going to take all the jobs. These people just found new jobs. All the people that raised all the horses all over the country, yeah, they hated the automobile. They actually went out and they said, look, we can't have this automobile. It's dangerous. It's terrible. And they literally spread a bunch of lies and bullshit about cars because they wanted to protect their business, which was breeding and selling horses to people to use for transportation and farming. And so what you ended up with is a situation where you, every time this comes up, every time this happens, what we find is that just like with global warming, just like with anything else, whatever the situation is, the earth, the people on the earth, the energy of the earth seems to adapt. And that's exactly what we have here. And we have to adapt to survive. That's exactly right. My Brighton, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it works great. It helps me keep going. And did it cost a job? I couldn't have afforded to pay someone anyway, so no, it didn't really cost anyone a job. What it did do, though, is give me the opportunity to make an absolutely amazing channel that you guys can watch and enjoy, and so I like it. Now, here's the other thing: creativity. Okay, people tell us all the time, hey, this takes away all of our creativity. It's taken away all of our creativity. We have no creativity no more because AI now takes it all. That is not true. As a matter of fact, I believe it's quite the opposite. I have been able to explore the creative side of my body, my brain, that I've never been able to explore before. You know, I'm not a good painter. I'm not a good drawer. I'm not that good. I was not even that great with paint on Photoshop or whatever. I was decent with it, but I was never really at that. But now I make absolutely beautiful art, beautiful pictures, beautiful things. For everything I do has a beautiful picture. And that is a creativity that was given to me by AI. Okay, it didn't take away my creativity. It connected me to a tool that can make my creativity. And like Trey Radel said, I sang these songs in a garage band 25 years ago. He says, and I sucked. We sucked. Our whole band sucked. Nobody could ever listen to us. We didn't let anybody listen to us because we sucked. But we had some really good ideas. This one song was really good. So he plays the song and sings it into AI and has AI remaster the song and re-sing it in his voice, but re-sing it and sing it properly and redo the same music that he put in, but make it all played perfectly, use the same styling that he heard, the same vocalizations and things like that. And it turned around and it's made all this old music that he had that was in his brain and in sheet music and laying around in drawers and in tapes. And he actually played back the songs that garage band sung 25 years ago off a cassette tape. And he now has published his album. He's published an album. Now, did that stunt his creativity? Or did it open it up? That's what you have to ask yourself. And I'm telling you, I think it's the latter. I think it's allowing for creativity. It's freeing us up for creativity. They say that what AI is going to do is not take away our money in the future, but allow us to work less and still make enough money to survive, still make enough money to have a quality of life. They're saying in 20 years, AI will make it to where we all work about 20 hours a week, but we're still going to live the same or better lives than we live today. So is it stifling creativity? Absolutely not. Is it going to take a lot more jobs than it creates? I don't think so. I think that it's going to take some jobs and those people will adapt. There's plenty of other things out there to do. All right. This has been going on ever since. Like I said, I can give you 50 more examples of, over the years, people fighting against change because change meant that their friend, their family, their selves, they're going to lose their job because of the advent. When computers came along, all these really smart number cruncher people, NASA's computers, as they called them, that used to figure out the orbits, and it was all in that movie I just watched called The Others. Great movie. Freaking great movie. those people they were all going out of work. They were all being put out of work. As a matter of fact, at the end of that movie, they're getting put out of work by a computer. And they all reinvent themselves. And what they did was they went and learned how to be computer programmers. That as a matter of fact, that movie, it's called The Others. It's about the black women that were in NASA and that helped get us to the moon and back. And how when they saw that their jobs were going to be taken, they were smart. They're like, you know what? They're not taking our jobs. And the woman went and got books on how to use these computers that the men couldn't figure out. And she figured the computers out. And she trained all of her girls to work on those computers. And what they did was they didn't lose their jobs. They reinvented their jobs. They now their jobs were running the computer. You see what I mean? That's how we got to look at all of this. We got to look at it as we're changing jobs. We're getting better jobs. We're getting less laborious jobs. We're getting jobs where maybe we don't have to work 60 hours a week. We're getting jobs where we can get a lot more done with less time. We're getting to the point where you can run your business and still have time for your family. Now you can just feed all your bullshit into one program and it will do your books for the whole year and you'll be done and everything's, and now you have time for your family. It's going to, you see what I'm saying? So it's going to free you up to go do creative things. You see what I'm saying? If it frees you up to go do creative things and then it's there for you as a tool to help you with your creative things, I don't see how it's stifling creativity at all. No, Matt. No, we haven't had any trolls tonight. I don't know what it is. I think, I'll be honest with you, I don't mean to sound like a tough guy because that's not really the way I normally do business, but I'm hard on trolls, dude. I'm hard on trolls. So, hey, that is what it is. Dreadnought. Yeah, I prefer not to say. Let's see here. Who else do we got? More peace, more family time, more time to spend in the hammock in the mountains. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Let's not look at it as it's taking all the jobs. Let's look at it as it's freeing up our time. Okay? I mean, and that's the way I'm looking at it. I'm now making art. I'm making music. I'm making graphics. I'm writing 5 times more than I was writing. I'm a decent writer. That's one thing I've been very good at. I can write. I write articles. I write white papers. I'm good at writing. Writing's never been a problem. Now I can write at twice the speed I used to write. Because now I can outline it, have it write it, and then I proofread it. And it knows my style. I've been training Grok to write in my style. So, again, is that cheating? No. Is it taking away my creativity? Absolutely not. Is it freeing me up to spend more time with my family, more time with you, more time on my channel, more time with my cats? Yes, absolutely it is. And that more time is more time that I can be creative. It's more time that I can be entrepreneurial. It's more time that I can be philanthropic. You see what I mean? So I am the exact opposite opinion that AI is gloom and doom. Will it eventually kill us all? Yes, but that's going to be after we're all gone. Let's not worry about that. Let's let our kids worry about that. All right? Let's just literally just get along with this thing because it's amazing. It really is. It's absolutely amazing. Where are all these alerts going off? There is no alerts. So how could there an alert be going off? I'm telling you, they did an update to this thing, and I'm not happy with it. I'm going to go ahead and put this on nationwide radar. It's not as accurate, but it also shows everything at one time, so we can see. It looks like everything in Texas is pretty much losing its energy, except for maybe right around Lake Charles. Most everything there is losing its energy. Still quite a bit of rain in Louisiana and quite a bit of rain in Mississippi. Man, that sounds weird. Yep, it looks like that first line of heavy rain has gone by you, Heath, but there's a couple more lines behind it that maybe not quite as heavy. Everyone should embrace AI. If you're one of these people that are saying, you know what, I'm going to let this one go by. You know what, I'm not going to get involved. Your loss. You're bad. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. It's like watching the future go by. You know, I watch people in my mom's generation that never learned the computer. And they've spent the last 25 years just hating life. They hate everything. Everything sucks. And then I know people that are my mom's age that stayed up with, my mom's somewhere in the middle, but there's some people her age that have stayed up with computers and they use them every day and they do great with them. And I hate to see that. Well, AI is going to be the same way. In 10 or 15 years, there's still going to be some people out there that are going to be gloom and doomers, that are not going to use it because it scares them. And they're the ones that are going to be at a disadvantage. I mean, you would want to know as much about it as you could learn if it was your friend or if it was your enemy, right? I mean, that's why I don't understand. I don't understand why we're not embracing this thing. I think people need to embrace this thing more. I really believe that. I mean, it's not going away. We can't put the genie back in the bottle. Nor would we want to. It's about to cure cancer. I mean, the cures are about to come. They've got this. They got AI sequencing all of our diseases right now. Yep, I remember programming in DOS. I used to write Commodore 64 program. I didn't say I was good at it, but I used to write Commodore 64 program. You're mentally ill and I'm unsubscribed. Enjoy your Fantasyland rubble. Just let you're mentally ill and I'm unsubscribed. Enjoy your Fantasyland bubble. What in the hell is he talking about? Northern hillbilly. Obviously a hillbilly that's not very well versed. I don't understand what he's even saying. Are you saying that you don't agree with that newfangled AI thing? Or are you saying that you don't like conservative libertarians like myself? Or are you just wanting to be an ass and type in all capital letters? Or did you already unsubscribe? Oh, damn, he unsubscribed. I actually just went from 47 to 50. So I don't know what just happened, but I gained 3. So thank you, whatever you did. Yeah. Well, here's the problem that a lot of people don't want to address with that. It won't be long before AI will be better at diagnosing you and treating you and tracking your meds than your doctor. I know damn well that my doctor doesn't know me, doesn't care about me, and when I go in there, I fill out all this paperwork online, and then I go in and I fill out the same paperwork again sitting in the lobby, and then the nurse asks me all the same questions again, and then the doctor comes up, and I can hear him lift my clipboard off of the door, the pouch on the door, and walk in and look me right in the eye and say, so what brought you in today? Nobody knows me. Nobody's even looked at what's wrong with me. Nobody cares about me. Nobody's looked at my history. Nobody's looked at my medications. Nobody's looked at anything. He literally lifted my clipboard out of the door, walked in, looked at me and said, so what's wrong? Why did I fill out all that paperwork? Why did I go through all that bullshit? He doesn't know me. He doesn't sit there and read through all my stuff and try to figure out what's wrong with me. But AI does. AI can take your entire medical history and crunch that down and go from that point of view when looking at diagnoses. It can do a lot of things. It can take weeks and weeks and weeks worth of vital signs, and it can crunch that. It can crunch any numbers that you have, any viable information, even photographs of the patient over time. There's so many things that you can do with AI with patients. And I'm starting to think that it won't be long, and because I can't afford doctors, so I self-diagnose and self-medicate. I've done it for many years, and so it is what it is. Doctors are the money they charge is exorbitant. It's ridiculous, and they don't even listen to you when you go in there. The last 3 or 4 times I've gone to a doctor, I sat there and argued with them about what was wrong with me. And in every freaking case, they were wrong and I was right. I know my body. I know what's wrong with me. I'm a former paramedic. I know what I used to do, and I know a lot about this kind of stuff. And now with the advent of AI, I feel like I can get a lot better care now because I have a companion now that can help me diagnose. And there's a lot of people doing this. There's nothing wrong with this. Healthcare is out of the reach of most people. I don't get benefits at work, so I have no health insurance. Therefore, if I need a medication, I just get it. I can't go see doctors. So with AI, I can now dump all kinds of data into this thing and have it give me an educated opinion on what it thinks is wrong. And so is it good? Is it bad? Well, no, it's not great. The best thing would be is if I could go see a doctor that actually cares, a doctor that actually looks at my chart more than 3 seconds before they look at my face. If I had a doctor that actually seemed to understand what was wrong and seemed to make the right decisions. But I don't, and I haven't. And I've been all the way back to when I was blown up in 1992 in that explosion. Those doctors lied to me, told me all kinds of shit that wasn't true. They told me I would probably not walk right, that I would have a limp. They told me everything. And then I would go to work and tell them I'm fine and lie to them. I actually changed doctors twice so I could get a release to go back to work. I finally went into the third doctor and just told him everything was fine, and I don't know why they're giving me a hard time. And he made me do all the stuff, and he checked me out, and he says, okay, and he released me back to work. I worked with a completely destroyed back for 12 years. So trust me, I understand it. I've been dealing with it my whole life, and it's not been pleasant. But that's what happens when you're a firefighter and you don't want to lose your job. You grin and bear it. You deal with the pain. You live with it the rest of your life. And you don't get any of the benefits you would have got for it had you reported it properly. But that's what you do. But now with AI, I feel like I have a doctor's companion. I have someone here with me that can help me with these decisions. Same thing with lawyers. Lawyers are not in my reach. I could never pay for a lawyer, not for anything. I couldn't even pay for him to write a pleading letter for me. They're wanting $400 or $500 for a pleading letter now. It's disgusting. They've priced themselves out of business for me. But now, anytime I need anything done, I just have AI write it. And then I have to make sure that it's right. But I have AI write it. And you know what? Been right so far. I wrote a letter to my boss, got the raise, got everything I asked for. I use AI to write everything now. And it works great. So I just think people need to quit being so down on it. When you can't afford an attorney, it's better than what you had before. When you can't afford a doctor, which you can't, it's better than what you had before, which was medical books in the library or Google. Now suddenly I got something that I can really talk to. I can dump my data in. I can go through it with it. Is it the best? No, of course not. The best thing would be to be able to pay, not only pay a doctor, but pay a doctor that actually gives a shit about his patients. Yeah, veterinarians, I self-treat my animals. If they need antibiotics, I get antibiotics. If they need whatever they need, I get it. If they need eardrops, I get eardrops. If they got worms, I deworm them. I can't afford veterinarians. The last 3 cats I brought in, they told me it'd be $600 or $700 or $800 just to find out what's wrong with them. And then I'm faced with the thing, they're emaciated, they're dying. And the only way I can save them is to find out what's wrong with them. And even if I find out what's wrong with them, there's still a 50-50 chance that they're not savable. But I can't afford the care. So they put me in this position every time where I have to put my cat down, not because he can't be saved, but because I can't afford the diagnosis to see if he can be saved. And even if he could be saved, I know I couldn't save that. I know I couldn't afford that. When my Scooter was dying, he was my cat for 17 years. Okay, my Scooter bug, big, huge black cat. I have had a lot of black cats. I always take the black ones. And he became diabetic, really diabetic. And he was dying. And the doctor stuck him and said, yeah, he's diabetic. He's got a real high blood sugar. He said, there's nothing I can do for him. You need to go to the big place down off of Daniels. And if you bring him in there, they'll be able to assess what they can do. So I bring him in there, and they're telling me he's going to need daily shots and all this kind of stuff. And they're like, I bring him all the way down there. I bring him in. We sit in the lobby for an hour and a half with my dying cat. And I bring the cat back there, and I sit down, and this very cold asshole comes walking in, and he's like, so what do you want us to do? And I said, I want you to save my cat. And he says, well, looking at the paperwork you brought, your cat's diabetic. I said, yeah. And he goes, you probably can't afford to save your cat. I said, what are we talking? He goes, it's $1,000 just to figure out for sure what's wrong and set him up on a diagnosis, on a treatment plan. He says, and then it's about $40 a day. And he said, but we'll do it. We'll set him up. We can do this. We can prolong his life maybe a year or two. And he knew I couldn't afford it. And I'm like, so basically people just walk in here every day and you tell them your animal's going to die. Not because of anything other than these people charge more money than I can pay. 5 of the last 10 cats I put down didn't die because they were dying. They died because I couldn't fix them, because I couldn't afford to fix them because of what these veterinarians are charging. It's disgusting. But what are you going to do? Well, you educate, you medicate, you do what you got to do. That's what I do. And my cats live to be pretty old. Yeah, nobody ever wants to black cats. That's why anytime someone says, I got 3 cats and I have to get rid of them, and if I decide I'll take one, I always say, do you have a black one? I'll take the black one. And people are like, why do you want the black one? And I'm like, because nobody else does. And I've had so many of them, and they're the best cats. So, speaking of black cats, I don't know where mine is. I wonder if she went outside. I think she went outside earlier. Well, I do. I put them down. I don't like doing it. But I put them down because I can't, not because I can't save them. I put them down because I can't afford to save them. Yeah, Dreadnought, that's a good plan. No, I don't let them suffer. I put them down. I hate to do it. I hold them in my arms when it happens. I got a vet that lets me hold them. For some reason, that's become very important. The last thing they should see is you. And boy, that kills me. You have no idea. It wrecks me for days. I go to work. I do my work, but I'm just not myself. Especially when it's one of my special ones. You know, I got lots of cats that I take care of. I feed 15 cats. God knows all the neighbors' cats. But there's 2 or 3 that are always just your special ones, you know. Well, you can prolong life, but it's very expensive. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. All right, it's 10:15. Let me see if I can find any more videos real quick because we are definitely running out of videos. I think these protesters, guys, I'm telling you, mark my words, I can't believe another night with no trolls in here. But anyway, I'm telling you guys, I really think that that the left is tired. I think they're done. They've been protesting everything. They protested Maduro. They protested the war. They protested ICE. They protested Trump. They've protested that guy getting deported. They protest. I mean, everything. Any day there's a protest. Every week there's a protest. Every month there's a protest. And I think they're done. This whole thing with Iran came out, and they've had 2 weekends in a row that have been a complete call for action, and I've seen not a lot of action. Matter of fact, some of the biggest protests today were still under 200 people. And when I say 200 people, again, I always like to qualify. When we say under 200 people, we're talking about, wait a minute here, 200 people, but you got paid protesters, you've got agitators, you've got organic protesters, you've got YouTubers, you've got local media, national media, you've got police in the crowd, undercover, you have bystanders in the crowd, you have counter protesters, MAGA, you have, I mean, when you start looking at it, you have 10 or 12 or 14 different types of people in this crowd of 200. And the truth is, there's probably only 40 people in that crowd that are organic protesters. Organic meaning they showed up because their heart brought them there. Not because they're getting paid, not because of any other reason, but because their heart brought them there. That's why they're there. They felt strongly, and they got in their car and they drove there. They're not doing it for any recognition. They're not doing it for any perceived power or authority. They're not doing it because they've been asked to do it by their union. They're not doing it because they're getting some kind of paycheck. They're there organically. And I think actually that's the only ones that count. And truthfully, a lot of times I don't think there's any organic protesters out there. We watched 2 or 3 nights just this last week where there's 2 blow-up guys, the one guy on the bike, the washed-up wedding singer, the 3 MAGA guys. When you start going around, I'm like, there's not an organic protester here. These are all literally people standing around in case a protest starts. I'm just seriously, think about it. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the UK, they've gone off the deep end. They're now arresting people for opinions on Facebook. When it gets that bad here, I don't know what, I'll just unplug the internet. Al Gore can have it back. Yeah, I think a lot of them are paid. I don't think it's quite as many as some people think. But remember, if you pay 20 people to show up, and part of the pay means they got to talk 5 more people into coming. You see what I mean? And then when they show up, the YouTubers show up. And then when they show up, the media shows up. And then when the media shows up, the counter-protesters show up. And it literally grows upon itself. But I swear, a lot of times these nights we've been watching, there was not a single organic protester there. There was the costume people, the cosplayers, the like I said, the washed-up wedding singer guy. He comes out and he sets up all of his speakers and all this stuff that he would set up at a wedding. And then everybody's like, why is he not singing weddings? Why is he out here? And then you hear him sing. And then you know exactly why he's at that protest and not singing weddings. Yes, that's another thing you look for. My Brighton is you look for all the signs to be the same. We noticed last weekend on Sunday, there was a stack of signs that someone had dropped off in Portland. And then on a different screen, we're watching the same stack of signs that was dropped off in Minneapolis. And they looked like not only the exact same signs, they were even stacked the same way. Like they told him exactly what to do. Put them here, stack them like this. And they dropped them off ahead of time. And guess what? Nobody showed up. Because those signs have been laying there for hours. And no one ever showed up to get them. So a lot of times I think the funding goes in and the people don't show up. One of those piles of signs, it got dark and it was still there. You could still see it. Dreadnought, I'm working on merch. I'm going to have a line of merchandise for the show, and I'm also going to have a line of merchandise for the Trump and All line. We're actually going to have satire merch for the Trump and All series, all the Trump and All stuff. Yes, yeah, I'm working on it, guys. It takes time. I'm one guy, and AI's helping me, but when it comes to figuring out who you're going to use and how you're going to connect it and what you got to do, I got to do most of that on my own. Oh, you're 12 miles east of Macon. I go right by there going to my cabin. I go up 75. I take the 475 bypass. Well, that's interesting, my Brighton. I've not heard that from anybody. I've not heard anyone say anything about the police being involved. And trust me, I'm very sensitive to hearing stuff like that. I was a cop years ago, and I'm not all that happy with them right now. Yep. So I know that they're getting, they're obviously getting money to do those things. I was going to do a Trump and All. I wanted to do the full Trump and All commercial tonight. But I normally save that for when I get some hecklers in here. But I think I've run them all off. How could they not find us? A lot of them, when I do the Trump and all thing, a lot of them just get pissed and leave. I mean, how do you argue against that? Because it's all true. No, I have no news on the protests. I will go ahead and take a peek here and see what else has come in. The IDF says that they struck the Kurds force commanders in precision strike at Beirut Hotel. The Israeli Defense Force said Saturday it carried out a precision strike targeting commanders from the Kurds Forces Lebanon Corps of Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Operations in that were operating out of a Beirut hotel. According to the IDF, the commanders were working to advance terror plots against Israel from Lebanese territory. And there's been a lot of this going on where Iran has a lot of their operation going on in different countries, so that it's spaced around a little bit. All right. A drone strike has hit the fuel depot at the Kuwait International Airport. I don't understand why Iran decided that they just needed to start indiscriminately firing at everything. But I think part of their plan, remember they're terrorists, right? I mean, part of their plan is to drive things down to such a point that we're not getting gas, that gas prices are going up. I mean, that's what they want. They want to hurt people. Well, I respect officers to a degree. I've also, if they give me any shit, I give it right back to them. Officers, deputies, troopers, they've been steadily losing the respect of the public for 20 years, and they don't seem to care about it. And although I think most of them do a good job, and I think many of them are actually good people, we've got to do something about earning the hate. You know, like at the parade. That woman at the parade purposely angled her car to put her lights right in my face and right in the broadcast, right in the cameras. And she did that on purpose. And then when I went and asked her if she could just turn the lights down, she was an absolute bitch to me. Oh, hold on. Mama wants in. Come on in, Mama. Come on in, Mama. Come on. Monkey. Have fun out there. And I just asked her, please, just turn your lights down. And she says no. And I said, look, if you don't have to turn them off, just turn the white ones off. She goes, you can't do that. And I said, yeah, you can. There's 7 switches on the box. I can see it from here. I said, I'm a former cop. Please just switch the white lights off. The takedowns of the alleys and the spotlight. The takedown, the spotlight, and the high beams. Just turn them off. That's all. Leave the red and the blue lights on. I don't care. And she rolls her eyes and rolls the window up on me. And that's when I called the supervisor. And I wanted to see a sergeant. And he came down to where I was broadcasting. He walked over. And he started cop-splaining. And I didn't put up with it. I mean, I respect the hell out of these guys. I was one, okay? I'm a retired fire chief. I did the cop thing part-time for 8 years. But I was certified. I was, I went and did the job. So anyway, the long story short, he come over and I said, look, she put her lights directly in my eyes. I walked over and nicely asked her if she'd move them. She was a bitch to me. She rolled her window up. And I said, all I'm asking her to do is turn her lights down. She purposely parked her car. I watched her move her car back and forth 4 different times until she had the lights directly in my cameras, directly in my face. I have all this set up. People are all sitting around me. I can't move at this point. And the sergeant, instead of just saying, look, I'll take care of it, no problem, he wants to argue with me. Oh, she would never do that. She didn't do that. She just didn't realize it was bothering you. I said, no, she realized it was bothering me because I went over and told her that it was bothering me and everybody on my broadcast and all these people sitting in the front row. I said, I told her, so she knew, and she didn't care. And he said, well, look, it's not like that. He said, she didn't realize it bothered anybody. I said, yes, she did. She looked right at me when I put my hands up like this. When she was still parking the car, I put my hands up like this, and she rolls her eyes at me. She's 8 feet from me. And then he, of course, said, he says, well, she didn't mean to do that. And I'm like, well, I said, this is how you earn the hate. And he stepped up to me like he was mad. He goes, what did you say? And I said, this is how you earn the hate. This is it. And he said, I'll take care of the lights. And he walked away. He came back later, said, I took care of the lights. I said, thank you very much. I was very nice to him. I thanked him twice. And I told him, if you just take care of the lights, I won't file a complaint on her for being a bitch. And so I didn't, because out of good faith, I didn't. But I should have. She should not treat the public that way. She should not be allowed to treat the public that way. That being said, we need these guys. I was a cop. I know what's going on out there. I know how bad it is. And I know the way these calls come in, and I know the way things... But that being said, we've got a lot of changes that need to go on in law enforcement. A lot of changes. Some of the changes that need to go on is prioritization of resources. Prioritization of resources, number one. First of all, about 50 or 60 or 70% of special units need to be disbarred and disbanded. We've got like 15 Marine units here. For what? They go out and harass boaters. They harass boaters so bad here that people don't even go out on the water much. Look, let me tell you something. I know Trey told this story on the air, so I don't feel bad about telling it. Trey Radel brought his son, and they went and got on a buddy's boat with him and his son, and they took their sons down to the 10,000 Islands. On the way down there, they get pulled over. They have all their shit searched. They have to show everything. They have to run their licenses. The kids were scared. It took 20, 30 minutes. And then they let them go. And then they get to the campsite. They're camping. 11:30 at night. 3 cops come walking out of the woods from the other side of the island, pointing AR-15s at them. And they're like, what are you guys doing? We're camping. They said it was legal to camp here. Yeah, it's legal. Get out your IDs. Everybody ID. The kids at this point are in the tent. They're crying. They're upset. These cops are walking around with guns, checking coolers, checking bags, going through their shit, violating the shit out of their civil rights. And the next morning, they're cleaning up the campsite. They're getting ready to leave. And right about the time they're shoving the boat off, the Coast Guard pulls up. Everybody out of the boat. They search the boat. They search the life vests. They search everything. They get their IDs. They run their names. He's like, I haven't had my name run by a cop in 15 years. And I had it run 3 times in 12 hours. And they've never gone back. They learned their lesson. You don't go down there. And that's what the cops want. It's an iron fist down there. Why? Because all the cops want to be Marine officers. The sheriff has 15 boats down there. The Coast Guard's got a bunch of boats down there. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission got a bunch of boats down there. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I won't go out on a boat because you lose all of your rights out on a boat. It's disgusting. So when I start saying good things about cops or bad things about cops, you have to understand I play it right down the middle. Because I was one, and I'm also not very happy with them right now. So I see where they're at, and I see where they need to be. And that's how I feel about that. I'm not on the side of the cops, and I'm certainly not against them. We need them. Dispatch, that's the $10,000 question right there. They don't feel like they work for us. If you watch these First Amendment auditors, one of the questions they always ask is, who do you work for? And they'll always say, I work for the sheriff. I work for the sheriff. No, who do you work for? Who pays your paycheck? The county does. The city does. No, who do you work for? They won't say it. They won't say they work for the public. It's literally to the point that they don't even think that way anymore. They work for the government, and their job is to keep you down. And that's the thinking now with police that I don't like. I started seeing it back when I was a cop in the 90s. That was a long time ago. I left the sheriff's department just after the top of the century, like 01, I think. And I never looked back. I never wanted to be a cop again. I never wanted to be a fireman again. I never wanted to get back into dispatch again. I never wanted to be an emergency manager again. I got away from all of it. Dreadnought. Wow. Is the tower standing? I would be interested to see not only what equipment's left, sometimes those stations, they walk away. We just walked out of ours and left everything. The boards, the computers, everything. And then they went back and got some of it. But a lot of times they get up and leave these stations and the damn boards are still there. The equipment's all still there and everything. So yeah, that would be interesting to check out. If there's a big tower on that piece of land, that would be great for like an amateur radio repeater or something like that, or even do your own little low power translator broadcast station or something. There's some neat stuff you could do. With AI music, you could literally make an AI music station and not have to pay any royalty at all. You could play music with no royalty. You get you a $10,000 a year license, and you can broadcast. All you're paying is power and a license. That's it. So you just have to make that back on advertising. Yeah. And so I've got very mixed emotions on this whole cop thing. Cops are being treated like shit. Do I agree with that? No. But the moment a cop treats me like shit, I'm going to treat him like shit. And I agree with that. There are public servants, and they've lost their way. It's a shame. But we need them very badly. And we're just going to have to work with them and get things back the way we, the people, want it, which is full transparency, full disclosure. We've got to get out of this whole press conference where no information's actually given. Have you guys noticed that? This is something that's gotten big the last few years. A press conference, they call a press conference, they make a big deal about the press conference, people show up for the press conference, and they say nothing. They spend 15 minutes tapping each other on the back. I want to just say how happy I am with all the work, the fine work that the people of this city have done, working with the people with the county, and the county people working with the city, with the federal government people. Everybody's working together. Everybody's doing it. Okay, and thank you for coming, everybody. And that's it. There was no actual information disseminated at all. They're literally calling press conferences now because that's what they're supposed to do. But they never release any good information to us, ever. You know, and I'm speaking from someone who was a cop, 90+% of the time, when they tell you they cannot release the information because there's a pending investigation, it's a lie. It's literally a lie. There is sometimes, like in a stabbing, you would say, hey, it was a pearl-handled knife and we found it at the scene. We probably wouldn't release the fact that it's a pearl-handled knife. Why? Because that's a really cool, unique piece of information that we can use in an interrogation down the road. Like, if you find the guy that did it, You've never told anybody that it was a pearl-handled knife, so nobody knows that. So now when the suspect's called in, you can say, hey, Bob, so where did you get that pearl-handled knife? And he'll say, oh, I got it at some pawn shop. You got him. You see what I mean? That's what they mean about we can't release all the information, because sometimes there is little facts that should be saved for the investigation. I understand that. But other than that, they should release everything, and they never do. The other reason they don't release it is because they're protecting themselves from litigation. They don't want to ever release anything. The goal of law enforcement is to never tell you a single solitary thing. And our sheriff here is the worst, an absolute tyrant towards the media. The media hate him here. They blocked Summerlin Road, one of our major arteries through our town. They blocked it for 12 hours. Never told anybody why. Never told anybody why. We found out, we woke up the next morning, it had been closed all day long. We find out the next morning that some guy was hit by a random bullet and the car hit the side of the road and he died, and they don't know who shot the bullet and we don't know anything. Okay? So for 18 hours, you couldn't tell us that it was a stray bullet that struck some guy? You couldn't tell us why our road was completely shut down? And trust me, it didn't need to be completely shut down, but that's what they do now. They completely shut down the Edison Bridge last night. It's 5 lanes wide. The wreck was only in 2 lanes, but they shut the whole bridge down for 2 hours. Why? Because they don't give a shit anymore. When I was a firefighter, the moment we could get that thing open, we did. If we shut the interstate down, we had to let the state patrol know. We had to let the F-Troop know that the road shut down so they could let Tallahassee know on the teletype. It was crazy back then. You didn't shut a road down unless you had to. We'd be working a wreck. I'd be in a car holding someone's neck, and we're hooking him and strapping him, and the cars are driving around us in the grass. It was very different 30 years ago. We never held up traffic like that. Now, they blocked the whole road for hours and hours and hours. Nobody died. What are we doing? It's because they don't give a shit about you anymore. They don't give a shit about traffic. They don't give a shit about anybody. They're the government. They don't give a shit about you. That's why when you pull up to a wreck, the wreck's over off the side of the road. Why are we blocking 3 of the 4 lanes? Why? We should just be blocking 1 or 2 lanes to make it safe for the firemen to get their equipment out. But 4 lanes? It's ridiculous. And it all is a sign of the symptom. The symptom is that they literally don't care about us anymore. And that's my problem with government, is that they just don't give a shit about us no more. When a cop gets there, the thought in his mind is never, how can I help this man? How can I help this woman? How can I help these 2? How can I help this business owner? How can I help this man? This car is broke down. No, they don't give a shit about that anymore. We had a guy here, they pull up behind him. He's broke down. He's got his flashers on. Cop gets out. It's a black man. White cop gets out of his car, walks up there, and he kills the guy. And later on, they're like, why did you shoot him? He didn't, well, I saw a gun. What? I mean, it's crazy. And they drug that out for years. I don't think he ever got in trouble for that. It's ridiculous. We have to get to the point where they're helping us. When they pull up and your car's broke down, is their first question, I need to see ID? Or is their first question, do you need a jump? You guys know the answer. They'll never ask you what you need. They ask for ID. And you don't have to give it to them, of course, and I wouldn't. But why? Because helping the person in the car is not top of mind. An arrest is top of mind because that gets him promoted. That gets him a raise. That gets him a newer car. That gets him a better patrol assignment. Helping you gets him nothing. It ties him up, so now he can't go get that arrest. So he'd much rather just arrest you, because arrests is how they promote people. Not convictions, arrests. They can make 50 bad arrests. All 50 of them can be null prost. But on his sergeant's thing, it shows 50 arrests. Because they don't count convictions, they count arrests, which is completely back-assward. In many ways, I miss the 70s. I really do. Life was, of course, I was, in my single digits in the 70s. And I was in my teens in the 80s. So the 70s were a very simple time for me. I loved the 70s looking back. It was all disco lights and bell bottoms and cool music. And to me, everything was psychedelic. I was a kid. I didn't understand what drugs were. So it was like, it was all about, everything was cool in the 70s. And yeah, sometimes I kind of wish I could go back. But then again, I would never leave this technology. I get up every day looking for what's new. I love the new technology. I love AI. I love building AI. I love using AI. I love using computers. I have 10 computers in this room and they all work. 7 of them are on right now doing something. So I'm so deep into the technology that I would never go back to the 70s, but it'd be nice to visit. Yes, I'm looking at memberships too. Memberships will come later. Merch will come first. And I'll tell you why. I will not do memberships until I have the proper value add. I will not do something that does not have at least the value that I'm charging. So, and when I do memberships, it will be very cheap. It's going to involve ranks. People will move up in ranks. It's going to have all kinds of neat stuff, but it's going to be very cheap, like $2 a month or something. It's very cheap, but the idea is you're part of a crew, and there'll be all kinds of different things, and there'll be some content. There'll be a few videos a month that I'm going to put up, and there'll be, I'll tell you, there's going to be 2 things that are going to happen. 2 things that you guys are going to think is really cool about my memberships. We're going to have a membership meeting once a month on Zoom, and everybody's going to come. Everybody that's a member of mine will get an invite, and I'll put as many, I've got a Zoom account paid. I'll put as many people in there as I can. I think it'll do 100 or 200 people, and we're going to have a meeting where we can all sit and talk and look at each other and say hi. You can turn your camera off if you don't want. I don't care. You can use filters, whatever makes you comfortable. But we're going to have a membership meeting once a month that you can come to if you want. Of course, you don't have to, but you could come if you want to, and it'll be a great time for all of us to sit and talk and get to know each other and meet each other. And of course, the mods and everybody will be there, so it's going to be really cool. Ted Nugent. I actually know Ted Nugent. You're not going to believe it, but Ted Nugent was friends with several guys up at the radio station. He used to come in all the time. I don't know if he'd remember my name, but he would definitely remember me. We had a good time, all of us. Ted Nugent, man, he is crazy. The last time he came in, he came in. He walks in to the studio and he sits down. He goes, "Where's that banging traffic chick? Holy Christ, she's smoking hot." And I'm like, Jesus, dude, stop talking like that. You're going to get us in trouble with HR. Holy Christ. Anyway, he is funny. And and Brian Howe. And what the U.S. Brian Howe used to come in all the time too. Believe it or not, we used to see these people quite a bit. I've met a lot of people through the fire department. Or through the radio station. I mean, I've met a lot of really cool people. I've met the governor a few times and spoke to him. I met the previous governor a few times and spoke to him. I sat and hung out with Sean Hannity and produced him. I produced Glenn Beck and hung out with him. I've produced Dan Bongino, produced him a bunch of times. Dan likes me. He used to drive across the state so I could produce him over here. So yeah, I mean, I that's what's neat about working at the radio station. You actually get to meet some people every now and then, and sometimes it's these old washed up rock guys like Ted and some of these Brian Howe that live here locally, right near the station, literally, and they still hang out and do stuff with us. I think Ted's living in Naples. I think he's in Naples, or was in Naples, whatever. Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, he is. We still bumper with several of his songs. In fact, the last time he was on, I bumpered with one of his songs. I think he liked that. Well, that's fine, Dispatch. I'm getting ready to promote some more, and I think you were on the list of people I was considering promoting. But yeah, we're going to do some more mods. I'm going to do some more mods in the next week or so. I literally send a message to my current mods and ask if anybody has any problems with these people, and if they say no, I make them a mod. A ham and turkey hoagie. Well, there you go. You know what's funny? I'm not a big hoagie guy. They're too dry. I'm not a cold meat sandwich guy, really. I'm not even a Subway guy. You know what I always tell Subway when I walk in? I say, if you guys had French fries, I would eat here a lot more. I tell them that every time I walk in. It doesn't seem to change anything, though. But yeah, hoagies, man, to me, they've always just been too big and too dry. I'm not a big sandwich guy. I'm a condiments guy. I'm a gravy guy. It's got to be dipped or smothered. And so I don't even eat sandwiches that much. I do like every now and then a ham and Swiss. If the ham is sliced really thin and it's really moist, and I'll do it on white bread or on sourdough bread with a lot of mayonnaise. Drown that shit, and one slice of Swiss, and that's a decent sandwich. I'll get the BMT sometimes at Subway, but I add extra meat, and all the extra meat is ham, because I like a more ham than the other stuff. I'll also do the chicken teriyaki there every now and then, but the last couple times it was marginal. And they changed their teriyaki sauce a while back, and it's different color now, and it tastes different, and I'm not as much on it. But I'm just not, yeah. I'm not a sandwich guy because I need to dip it in something. Yeah, Phil Collins, I know he's in pretty bad shape. There's a lot of guys that were our heroes growing up, and they're just not doing well. Bruce Willis, a lot of them, they're just not doing well. Just because it's so late in their life, unfortunately. It's hard because all the people I was watching on all my TV shows growing up, Star Trek and MASH, and Carol Burnett Show and Barney Miller, all these really great shows that I watched growing up, WKRP in Cincinnati, all these really amazing shows, they're almost all dead now. Gilligan's Island. They're almost all dead now. And yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I believe it. I'm not a big Subway fan. They need French fries. Look, every restaurant should automatically sell fries by default. I mean, you walk into a Chinese restaurant, I should be able to get sweet and sour pork, an egg roll, and a small fry. Yes, dispatch. I was an Explorer Scout here in our Explorer program at Lee County, and I did that for 2 years, and then I went and became a dispatcher, and I did that for about a year as I was volunteering at the fire department, and then they hired me at the fire department, and then I came back to the sheriff's department 3 years later as a certified auxiliaryman. So I actually have a total of about 12 years at the sheriff's department, about 11 and a half years total, between explorer, scout, dispatcher, and auxiliary police officer, deputy sheriff. And then, and I did 17 years at the fire department. I took an early out when they bought us out for state retirement because my back was shot and I had to go. Okay, I'm just making sure I got everything here. Yeah, I when it comes to fast food, I mean, I try all different things. Remember I told you guys the story of Dairy Queen the other day? I love their food, by the way. It's simple, but it's good food. Went in the Dairy Queen the other day, and I argued with the person because they said, I said no onions on that burger, and he said it don't have onions, and I said yeah it does, and she no it don't. And I said look on the picture right there, you can see there's onion rings on the burger. You can see it on the picture. Would not turn around and look at the menu. It doesn't come with that. Yes it does. No it doesn't. Yes it does. No. So finally I said just order it. That's fine. When it comes I'll show you. And he got like this smirk, like this shit eater on his face, right? So I walk down there. About 3 minutes later, they throw my bag down. I open the bag up. There's like 8 fries in there. I asked the lady that's standing right there. I said, "You the manager, right?" She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "What's wrong, honey?" I said, "Let me show you something." I said, "My fries are only half full." And I said, and I told them specifically no onions on my burger. And I said, I don't care about the burger because I've already thrown the 2 onion rings out and it didn't affect the burger, so I'm fine with that. But I said, could you put another scoop of potatoes in there? She said, yeah, no problem. So she did. And then I'm getting ready to leave, and she said, what? She goes, so you ordered it without onions? I said, yeah, but I said, he argued with me about it and kept telling me that sandwich doesn't come with onions, and I couldn't get him to turn around and look at the menu. And she shook her head, and she goes, Jesus. And this 16-year-old that's working there is like, anyway, so I go back in there yesterday, right? I walk in there and I told the guy I would like the basket with regular fries and I'd like them in flamethrower. And he says, and it says right on there, the price is $8. If you want a drink, it's $2 more. Okay, I ordered it. I said, no drink. He hands me a cup. I said, I don't want to pay for a drink. Did you charge me for a drink? He says, no, it comes with a drink. I said, no, it doesn't. It says it's eight something, but the drink is $2 more. He says, no, the drink comes with it. I said, well, then why does it say that? And he wouldn't look at the menu. Are they taught not to look at the menu? So I'm like, okay. I said, it says basket with fries, $8.89. And then underneath it says drink $2. He says, yeah, but you get a drink with that meal. You know what I finally had to do? I had to take the damn drink and walk away. I took the cup over and filled it up with drink because that's what he wanted me to do. I don't ever pay for drinks at fast food restaurants because that's how they screw you. So I don't know. I'm going to go in there again next week and I'm going to see if I can get into an argument for a third time. Now, when I say argument, I never raise my voice. I just tell them, "Are you sure about that?" You know, I'm not like a Karen, like a freak out Karen or anything. Um, Dreadnought. I'm in the same position now. Yeah, I'm in the same position. Mom's 81. She had 2 strokes. We've got her home. We literally rebuilt her bathroom, moved the shower, made a bigger shower, and set up a bed. We did everything for her. We've got all the stuff. We went, got everything we needed, and we're taking care of her at home. I don't want her in those places if I can help it. Yep. My mom and dad built that house when I was just being born, and it's been flooded 3 times. But it's still her house. That's where she wants to live. They raised us. You're right. They wiped our ass. Now, luckily, we're not there yet. She's able to pretty much take care of herself, but it's difficult, man. Strokes suck. Anyway. Yep, you just got to do what you got to do. They're family, man. They took care of you. You got to take care of them. That's the way it is. When I had her in that home, I was going up to see her 4 or 5 times a week. I tried not to let ever more than one day go by. And every time I'd go there, if once I could get her to the point where I could load her in the car, I would take her out and take her out of that place for just 2 hours and then bring her back. Just and we had a nice place. Please don't get me wrong. We had 3 nice places. The middle one was fair. I got her out of there and put her one closer as soon as it came available. But the one she was in finally was great. We liked the people, we liked the place, but that's what it is, you know. So we're glad that she's able to be home with us. My nephew's living there with her. My nephew and his girl live there with them, and I'm only about 5 minutes away. And she's doing good. She's come further than I ever thought she would, actually. You know, after a stroke, when they lose everything, it's hard to believe that it'll come back. But I will tell you, with hard work, it will come back. About 50% of it. You never get it all. Yep, Dreadnought, that's correct. And I'll tell you what, I don't walk enough and I don't move around enough, but now that Mom's in this condition, I'm doing a lot more walking and I'm doing a lot more lifting of wheelchairs and moving things around. And we walked the Charlotte County Mall today. I walked the mall, pushing her all around. She walked into the restaurant with her walker, and she was able to do a lot of it with her walker. You know, she's doing better and better every day. Yeah, I see improvement every day. I just think it's amazing. I love it. Because you think, oh my God, she's ruined. You know, I mean, I kept thinking she's ruined, but you can't think that way. The body can do so much. It can remap. It can just do some amazing things, both muscularly and neurologically, to overcome major things like this, like a CVA or something. And so I don't know. It's encouraging. All right, let me do a quick pop here and see if there's anything going on. Is there a reason to stay live at this point? Let's see here. Here's another link to this guy's at the protest is what it says, but he's not. He's riding his bike around looking for a protest. This is what they do. I'm telling you guys, that this whole thing is kind of an illusion in a way, because what we basically have is a bunch of people that go out every night looking for trouble, basically. I don't know what channel that is. I'm going to get rid of that. All right, we got a few things going on here. It's all Portland, I think. It's either Portland and LA or it's just Portland. Man, there's a lot of people that have come up all of a sudden. I'm sorry that so many of these are upright format. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just, it is what these people are doing now. Really hate it. I'd like to find the person that thought that was a good idea and have 5 minutes with them. I'll get you some sound.
Is it better or worse now that I unplugged the mic?
When the tree signals it's in trouble, so is it the beetle or is it something that's killing the tree first, you know? They were
Get to 100,000 likes on TikTok.
A pool-length swim pad.
Ravaging. Welcome in, everybody.
With the
Thank you everyone for being
celebrity
here on
rescue
YouTube.
swim pad.
Appreciate it.
If I had to,
In the pool?
50-yard dash.
No, in the pool.
Well, yeah.
Rescue swimmer style.
But, okay, yeah, ocean waves versus...
Yeah.
The manner that you consider it an Olympic event.
He said a full-length pool.
Well, okay, full-length pool is 100 yards.
Yeah, Portland's gone completely nuts.
Again, if you're talking Olympic length of what
You know he would give out before he got to the end.
Well, thanks, Dreadnought. You're welcome to come back anytime. We're here every night. We cover everything from volcanoes to civil unrest to whatever. We do a little bit of everything here. We try to go heavy on the science whenever we can.
Got a huge-ass gut. You can't move all that weight like
you
that.
saw something, you blew that whistle, and you went. You jumped. So that's what's in me, guys, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Sophie's mom?
Thank you, guys.
Red, what's going on?
By the way, we've had first light, and it's now daytime over in Israel and in Tel Aviv, so we're okay there. Yeah, most of these look like LA, but there's a couple like with the frog down there. That's Portland. So I think we've got both on here.
Bottom like a anchor.
Silly string everywhere.
Stolen molar.
I should walk
What's
back
up,
to my
Eddie?
car and get some
Eagle?
water. We're at Edward Royal.
No, we appreciate it, Dreadnought. Always come back whenever you're ready. And we are gonna get more of this stuff going here. I just doing most of it all myself right now, but I'll get there.
You know immediately. You don't want to miss the action, do you?
Yeah,
Anything can pop off. at
Don't
any
miss the
time.
action, man. I don't want to miss it.
I'm gonna go for about another 15 minutes. I'm gonna end my live stream at 2-hour mark, guys. So
Thank you, Brandon.
it's gonna be like this probably for a couple more hours, but I've been going since about 4 o'clock this morning, working a little bit, and then some other things I had to do. We got the fences back up.
Yeah, Tinkerton would have to save Travis from drowning.
I know, John. Yeah,
Giving him mouth to mouth.
2-hour mark, so at 8:30 I'll
You guys, I can pay attention to the chat like this a lot easier because I can see the chat bigger too. So you
yeah, the back
guys
fence is
can
put back.
have to deal with it. You know, I'll do horizontal and vertical. So.
We'll just get one more round of the freaking
Sticks, what's up,
defibrillator.
Sticks, if you're watching?
He'll get one more shot.
Setting up camp. Report of trash fire nearby. No, I can see the chat.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that,
Fine,
bro.
I can read the chat. Underemployed people.
Thank you,
artist
Virginia.
music. Show the street. Kathy, what's going on? See?
I'll end up getting hit on that music too.
Guy's putting something up on the wood. Sorry, I got. Oh, Tupac Leahy's here.
Oh, with the freaking music.
You guys don't know, maybe because you live in an area where, you know, it's live in an area where this kind of stuff doesn't happen, and then you're wondering what. You're what? guy's putting something up on the wood. Sorry, I got.
Yeah, we get a lot of road aggression down here because we've got a lot of very old, very slow drivers, and we've got a lot of people like me that are trying to get somewhere because I work for a living, and there's a pretty nasty interface there between it. We routinely have people driving 10 under the speed limit in the fast lane, and you know, I've got to the point in the last couple years where I give them a hard time until they get the F out of my way. I'm getting so sick of it. The left lane is for passing only, and if you're not passing, you should stay out of the left lane. So yeah, I think the biggest problem in this society right now with the road rage is that we're not identifying what's causing the road rage. Everybody always blames the road rage on the road rager, when I think many times, you know, they're simply just trying to get somewhere, and the person in front of them is driving under the speed limit. They're driving slowly. They're taking their time. They're not getting out of the left lane, and that's what's causing the road rage. So I think we need to continue to look at it differently and start saying, look, it is the fault of the rager. It's also the fault of the asshole that was driving in front of him, blocking his way. They both are at fault, not just one. Why do we always blame the person who's reacting instead of the person who created the first subsequent harmful event?
All the white liberals playing hip-hop music. I know, right? Hilarious. It's so stupid. They're using cultural appropriation. Yep. Using the N-word and everything. God bless ICE.
God bless ICE. God bless Donald Trump, the greatest thing the world's ever seen. And God bless America, baby, the greatest country this side of heaven. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let this country lead this country. We're all
Yes,
about
sir.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. God bless Donald Trump.
listen to this geezer cry all fucking day. Holy hell. Okay, let's hear
Just
some more.
checking out your getup. I haven't really
Everybody's
looked
sick
at
and
it.
tired of
I
listening
saw
to
the
this
uniform,
geezer
but I
cry
didn't
all
see
fucking day. Holy hell. Okay, let's hear some more. My customers for you.
Yeah.
ARs, which I never use anyway.
Obviously, yeah, you're not going to bring an AR out here. Yeah, I'm just a carabiner, that's what I need.
That's what holds my umbrella. That's
Yeah,
something.
I need something because sometimes I hold my glove, something to hold on to like my glove. Oh, that's too bad. The front lines, women and children to the front lines. Women, elderly people, women and children to the front lines. I had to add the elderly people because they like to go up and scream in our faces too. Yep. Elderly, women, and children to the front lines. Look at this thing, guys. What the? That's a man with boobs. What in the hell? They don't even know. Chachi! Oh, Chachi baby! Chachi baby! Chachi baby! Oh, Chachi baby! Oh, how you doing?
I'm good, bro.
Good. Rider Chronicles is out here kicking it with the Patriots, and we got Chachi, the Patriot dog here.
That's it.
Yep, that's right. That's right. We got all the dog mascots. Tommy's and mine and yours, and we got dog mascots. Be the dogs. Bring out the dogs.
I want to ask Sean about the trans.
The trans witch?
I guess trans witch tried to put his hands down its pants. I don't even know how to say that.
Oh wow! Right, without like puking. We got a she's a weirdo.
Asshole!
She bent over and spread her cheeks earlier. She did. It was gross, dude. Look at her. Are you drunk? Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking?
Hey, then go your own way. Go your own way. I don't want to be around you.
White and sexy, motherfucker. Thank you, Butterfly.
Got on this restream bullshit. I ain't paying to do it, but it sucks. I can't zoom in or nothing.
That's right, David.
Hot dog over there, talking shit.
Oh yeah, you know who's unstable too? See the long-haired one with the brown jacket on next to
See, guys, this is a party every night. The protesters, the counter-protesters, all the other people involved. This is a party every night. They're all having a great time out there. This has nothing to do with ICE. It has nothing to do with the war in Iran. It has nothing to do with anything other than they hate Donald Trump and they're having a good time at their little party.
What? Oh yeah.
He's always got those fucking dogs chewing that gum.
Yeah.
All right, friends and neighbors, more requests on the line. Up next, some Who's Next from the Neighborhood Kids. Bad Bunny after that.
Okay, and the washed-up wedding singer's out there tonight with his speakers.
Damn, that red light is bright, bro. That light is so bright, I can see it from far away. Your whole face is glowing red, bro.
It's like evil.
Yeah, you look menacing. I like it though. Oh yeah, I saw that that post.
I don't know. I think maybe climatic.
Was it Amazon or? Okay, usually they leave like a gift, no slip. Yeah, usually that is, but they have to put it in as a gift, so that might not be why you didn't get a. Yeah, I mean, what you did was right. You post it online, and then hopefully they see it. If they do, they'll message you or something.
Probably one of them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, right.
Freya said, conspiracy stars $10 on Cash App.
Well, Freya, like, always messing with the guys over here. Yeah, they always talk about that on, you know.
Freya here?
Yeah. Yeah, with the megaphone right there. With the light, see it?
He's having fun.
But I don't trust any of them regardless.
No.
You know what I mean? Because they'll turn on you if the moment's right. But, you know, just not now. Doing a lot of documenting. But since that whole FBI thing, or whatever it was, probably made the right choice and chilled out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if you and then all of a sudden you're fucking around down here. Like, that's a bad hit. Yeah, you'll know, like, someone's kind of crazy, all of a sudden it's not, you know, it's like, oh, yeah.
Oh well, I'll end up losing monetization on this whole video. All because of that stupid music they're playing. I'd like to go tell that guy, hey, asshole, the whole purpose here is you want people to see what you're doing, right? Then why do you keep doing things that are defeating that purpose? You know, I mean, it's just that simple to me. All right. Yes. The song remains the same. Led Zeppelin, one of my favorite bands. It's almost like these people really just don't take anything seriously at all. Does this look like a serious protest? He's wearing the flag like a cape upside down. You got pink frogs and stegosauruses. What are they doing? What do they think they're doing? Hey, Crowbar.
Politically aligned.
There's more coming out. They're plotting something, guys. They're plotting something.
That could be it, Matt. It could be Barney. I've always said that purple dinosaur was going to cause problems.
There's Rider Chronicles right there. Thank you, Peter.
Man, more people are showing up. Yeah. Guys, I'm going across the street. I'm going across the street, guys. I'm not risking this. I'm going across the street. Yeah, I'm going across the street, guys.
Then go across the street, dude.
Protect myself. I'm not risking getting sprayed.
Now for the rest of my children, there's chips and juice over here if you guys want a snack.
I'm not running away.
I agree. Barney didn't love me. He didn't even know me.
I'm backing up. I'm not running away. I do need a water. I thought I heard that lady say they had water. See if I can zoom in a little bit more. Downtown Los Angeles, guys.
Yeah, you're talking about all that wasted USAID money.
Thank you, Kirby and Mods. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Kirby, thank you for staying up so late. I know it's morning time, almost in Ireland. So I appreciate you. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you all. Lynette, little Lynette. Come on, chill out on that, please. No spamming, Lynette. Please. I'll make you right now. Boom. There you go. Adrian, you should be asleep too. I do not have mods. I got rid of that person now. I'm not messing around. Yeah. Kendra, I'm gonna make you a temporary mod, if you don't mind. If I know how. I don't know how. I don't know how to do mods. I'll have to figure out mods later on, guys. Yeah, someone wants to, I'll figure out mods later, guys. So. I'll keep it now for good. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you on both channels.
All right, guys, we're coming up on 7 hours of broadcasting today, 7 hours, and we'll keep going for a little while longer. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. Thanks for being along for the ride. Is it time for Trump and all, really? I mean, because I'll do it. I don't care. We need to do our sponsor. It's always good to do your sponsor, you know? So, as long as, you know, that's what we got to do. All right, everybody. I guess it's time. This segment of the show is sponsored by Trump and all. Trumpanol, an absolutely amazing medication that will help you find reality and stay there for a while. Trumpanol, an amazing medication for horrible liberals that are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Trumpanol, a medication that has actually brought relief to tens of thousands of disgusting liberals all over the country. And it can bring relief to you. You should just give it a try. And if you try Trumpanol and it's not strong enough, no worries, because we have MAGA strength Trumpanol, 3 times the strength of regular Trumpanol. However, you need to use caution. Using this much Trumpanol may make you want to get a job, become an entrepreneur, or even begin a nuclear family. So be careful about that. Trumpanol MAGA strength. It'll change your life for the better. And if you just can't keep food down, try shoving it up your ass. This is Trumpanol, a fast-acting suppositories. These suppositories, when rammed appropriately up the butt pipe, will make you suddenly feel more patriotic. It'll make you feel like waving a flag, and it's going to make you feel much better about all of the stuff that's going on in the world. And it may actually help some of the confusion and all those voices that you hear in your head. It's kind of funny how shoving something up your ass will help those voices in your head, but it works. So try it today. That's fast-acting suppositories from the makers of Trumpanol. And next is butt hurt cream. Yep, that's right. Lose an election, butt not feeling well, no problem. Just liberally smear some of this butt hurt cream wherever it hurts, and reality suddenly is not such a pain in the ass. Trumpanol butt hurt cream from the makers of Trumpanol, helping you deal with pains in the ass for many years. And Trump PM, a great product when you're having a hard time sleeping because in your dreams you're being chased by big bad orange man. Or perhaps in your sleep you keep losing that last election over and over again. No worries, just take some Trump PM. Trump PM, when taken properly, will make you wake in the middle of the night to take a pee and you'll piss red, white, and blue. This stuff's going to make you a patriot. It's going to make you feel wonderful about your country and your president and what's going on in the world. Try Trump PM, get a good night's sleep, and become a better patriot tomorrow. And Trump drops. Is it because what you're seeing is bullshit? Well, this will help that. This brings reality back to your eyes, and your eyes will begin to see things like CNN for the garbage that it really is. And you'll start to see things out there for the truth that they are and how much crap is actually going on. Now, you need to use some caution. The first time your eyes see reality, it could be quite scary. And MAGA ears, same thing, works for the ears. You can actually listen to CNN and hear it for the bullshit that it actually is. MAGA ears, when applied properly to the 2 ears, will make you suddenly stop hearing everything as being bullshit, and you'll start hearing the truth. You'll start hearing things for the very first time that make sense. You'll start understanding why people have been making fun of you all these years. And finally, overreaction ointment from the makers of Trumpanol. This ointment, when applied liberally to your nether regions, will help you with any rashes or chafing that are being caused by the inflatable animal costume that you keep wearing night after night in front of the Portland ICE facility. And it'll also help you next time you lay around and lose an election, and or you're being chased by big bad orange man right down the middle of the street. Whatever the problem is, you can fix the problem with Trumpanol overreaction ointment. Try some today. And ladies, we've got one for you too, MAGA My Doll. I don't need to explain what this does. It just, once a month, you'll love your country even more. Try it out, it's great. And Preparation Orange. This stuff's amazing. What's best about Preparation Orange is if you just liberally apply some of this right up your butt, you will suddenly feel much better about the world. It's funny how an orange butthole will make you think red, white, and blue, but it works. It'll work every time. That's Preparation Orange. Next time you're full of shit or you take a big crap, try soothing your pain with Preparation Orange. It's an amazing product available today. And Patriot Patches. Are you worried about not getting an equal dose of Trumpanol? Are you worried that perhaps you're spiking on Trumpanol and maybe you start feeling like an idiot again, and then you take more Trumpanol and suddenly you feel better, and then later on the dosage goes down and you start to feel like an absolute piece of shit again, and then so you take another Trumpanol and now you feel better. Screw all that, man. You just take one of these patches and you put it right somewhere where nobody sees it, and you do it every morning, and it equally distributes the Trumpanol medication over a complete 24-hour period. Patriot patches smooth out reality. Don't make it so shocking every time. And Trump anti-rage rub. So when you get home from these protests and you're all sore and shit, give this to your conservative boyfriend and see if he can rub some of that rage out of your ass, and see how that works. This is Trump's anti-rage rub. This stuff will help you get back to reality and rub some sense into your ass. And MAGA, look, if you're going to treat the problem, treat the whole problem. You know what I mean? The new MAGA, it's the little blue pill. It's going to be huge. You're going to love it. From the makers of Trumpanol, MAGA, the sexual performance drug you've been waiting on. It'll make you feel good about your country, and it's going to make you feel good inside of her, if you know what I mean. So this is all great. It's going to make you go all night. This is MAGA by the makers of Trumpanol. You need to show her your commander-in-chief, if you know what I mean. And besides, she wouldn't be such a bitch all the time if you just throw her some. MAGA, get some today. It's going to be huge. And MAGA wipes. These wipes have been specially pH formulated to help wipe some of that liberal goo off of your body. It'll help you feel better once you've been hanging out for hours in front of the ICE facility with all your liberal friends and getting all the spit from them yelling all those stupid things all over you. This will actually help clear yourself of all that negative juju and all of that really bad pH that you get from all your liberal friends. This is MAGA wipes. Smell better, feel better, look better today with MAGA wipes. Try them now. And Lib Block, one of our most important products out there, Lib Block. It's an amazing orange condom. This condom has a spermicidal lotion that will specifically target left-wing sperm as they're trying to leave and will not allow it to happen. This is great. Listen, the last thing you want to do is impregnate a liberal before you find out their real intentions. Next thing you know, you're paying this chick for 18 years for some baby you didn't want. And so anyway, try Lib Block today, because it's, you're just banging this chick anyway. Just use Lib Block. Don't get stuck. And MAGA Meltdown, the THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears from the makers of Trumpanol. I knew I'd screw this read up at some point. MAGA Meltdown THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears. Get them today. It's the one thing we have that's not orange, because it's green. That's right, it's Mega Meltdown gummy bears. Get some today. They're basically used for sudden attacks of Trump derangement syndrome. Do you suddenly feel violent? Do you suddenly feel like you're just a real ignorant asshole? Then you can take a few of these and suddenly you'll feel better. MAGA Meltdown, THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears. Try them today and quit being such a jerk. And another great product. This is MAGA Tugging Cream. MAGA Tugging Cream is a great product for you when you're stuck at home because she's out protesting. Yep, MAGA Tugging Cream will keep you busy while she's doing her thing, if you know what I mean. And this is really cool too, because the soothing and medicated effects of Tugging Cream will actually make your pud feel better while you've been shaking it way too much, if you know what I mean. This stuff actually disinfects while it cleanses, and it also has an analgesic, so you won't feel the pain that you've been causing your pud all this time. So anyway, there you go. Try it. It's the MAGA Tugging Cream. Don't just sit around. Find something to do. MAGA Tugging Cream. Try some today, because the bitch is at the protest anyway. And Trumpons. You've heard of tampons. These are even better. These super absorbing Trumpons actually will work better than any tampon you've ever had. These things absorb so much fluid, you're going to have to actually keep drinking liquids while you're using them. They are amazing. Trumpons. They are something else. You should try them today. If you're suffering from Trump derangement syndrome and you're leaking a little bit, this would be the product for you. Comes with a bright orange applicator, and these Trump-ons are certified for use in men's rooms in Minnesota. So Tramp-on Tim, there you go. The new Trump-ons. You can use them in the Minnesota men's rooms. Get them today. Trump-ons. Absorbing the shit out of everything. And if you like all these products and you want to have them with you all the time, no problem. We now have the Mega Med Kit. This is the Trump and All Mega Med Kit. This med kit has everything you need to get through the day when you're a stinking lib. This thing will help you right out. It's got everything you need. It's got everything from MAGA bumper stickers that you can put on your car. It even has them in 2 different colors. So whatever makes you feel better. But we've got everything here. You got the condoms, you got the rubs, you got the creams, you got the pills, you got the gummies, you got the tugging cream. You got everything here. You even got the orange ass cram. You got the whole thing right here with the gloves and the scissors and some gauze. You got everything you need to clean up your messes here. And it even comes with the trunk drops, and it comes with the MAGA ears. And so that way, no matter what's going on, if you're going down the road and suddenly you see an ICE vehicle and you start swerving, you grab this right out from under the seat, man. You put something in there quick, whatever it takes, so that you don't have an episode and end up getting yourself capped, if you know what I mean. So this MAGA Med Kit, it'll save you next time you go driving after some ICE agents. MAGA Med Kit for those sudden, increasingly hard to deal with effects of Trump derangement syndrome. It's just a terrible thing. I'm really sorry that people have to go through this. It's just really bad. All right, so where can we get it? Well, here, you can get it at CVS pharmacies. They're located all over the country in CVS pharmacies. You can buy them right there where the psychedelic drugs are sold on aisle 7. And right here, there we go. This is going to be at Winn-Dixie stores. No, I'm sorry, this is Piggly Wiggly. This is the Piggly Wiggly store. They're available there. You can buy them there. And they got great prices at Piggly Wiggly, so check that out. And here at Buc-ee's, yes, I know, surprisingly, you can buy them right on the side of the highway. At any Buc-ee's store, they're right between the beef jerky and the caramelated pecans, or whatever the hell they are. And there you go. They're also by the register. And Trump and All now available at Circle K as well. So you can buy them there. They're right there with the painkillers and analgesics. And look at this, at the marijuana dispensary. I mean, if you're going to buy it, why not buy it, right? Look, you can have a great day with Trump and All and some marijuana, if you know what I mean. And there we go. Trump and All, here we go. Available at Publix and available at Walgreens, I don't know, somewhere. And also available at Publix stores and Ingles now in Georgia. You can buy it there. That's pretty awesome. And oh, another dispensary. Look at that. It's right on the shelf. This stuff is really easy to get. And here you go. It's available here. This is at a, I don't know where this is. And look at Radio Shack. They're right between the batteries and the wire snippers at Radio Shack. You can buy it there. Some amazing stuff. Trump and All. This shit is amazing. And look, it's even at Sky King Fireworks. That's right. You can buy it at any state line at the Sky King's Fireworks store, where fireworks are always 2 for 1. Buy it there. The Trump and All, by the way, is full price. And that's right. Welcome back to reality. And here we go. This is at Rite Aid. You can buy it now at Rite Aid if you can find one that's still open. That's Trump and All. Trump and All, amazing medication that helps you with Trump derangement syndrome. Don't walk around town being a deranged bitch. Get on Trump and All today. I think it's good stuff. Oh boy. Yes, I know. Some people just have it. I mean, sometimes it is what it is. What are you going to do about it, right? I mean, it is what it is. You got Trump derangement syndrome. It's really bad. You just do what you can do with it. That's all. Is it even these people's fault? I mean, I don't even like I don't look down on people with it as much as I just think they literally are not using reality. It's like, look, you can look at reality, right? And you can see what's going on in the world, or you can just make shit up like they do.
They were talking to her about something. I couldn't understand what she was saying. They were talking to her about something. I told her something. They're planning. Look, here's all the fencing. Here's all the fencing that they destroyed earlier. Let's go, guys. You guys staying safe? Yeah, be safe, guys. Don't get snatched up.
Could you imagine if you were just going to work and doing your regular job that you do every day, and there's people outside saying F you, F you, F you over and over for months? I mean, that's how stupid this is. They're literally fighting against sovereignty. They're fighting against law and order. They're fighting against what's right. They're fighting against what the Democrats and the Republicans have decided we're going to do. They've decided against what we voted on, and they've decided against what they voted on. It's ridiculous. I don't always agree with Trump either. Although I'll admit everything I've disagreed with him on so far, I've been wrong. But, so it's probably me. Are they putting that up on the wall? Is that real? Oh, that's hilarious. They're putting that up on the wall. Oh, that's funny. Ah, that's hilarious. Why didn't someone think of this 2 months ago? Why didn't they think of this 2 months ago? We could have been having all kinds of fun. What we need now is the MAGA guys need to get one of these projector things, and we need to go to town. I would be glad to make great graphics and send them to them. Yeah, if you guys like the Trump and all, I do have a Trump and all ad that you can see on, where I cut that section out of one of my shows. The problem is it doesn't have the last 5 products. And some of those last 5 products are some of the best. So it ends with the MAGA. If you want to see the Tug and Cream or the Trump-ons or the Lib Block, those are all unfortunately not in there. But I'm going to do another one. I'm going to do one night that comes out really nice, and I'll make another video up on it. Because I think it's fun satire. I think it kind of, I can do that little Trump ad right there, and it literally makes sense. It like, I don't know, it's like true. If the shit really worked, it would be true. Oh, look what they're putting up there now. Jesus, here we go. What's with they have, I'm telling you, the left has a problem with the whole they like to call everybody Nazi. That's like their thing. It's like, can't you think of something else? Jesus, here we go. Oh boy, this is nuts. Now they're going through all their martyrs. I bet you Good's next. Why did no one think of this? Yeah, I'm already got a couple of new products I'm working on for that. There'll be more, and it'll be even more. And I'm going to have merch. You guys can actually buy the merch with the stuff on it. I'm going to have a shirt, like the back's going to have like a big logo. It's going to show like 9 of their products on it, and it's going to say something like, why be such a bitch when you can medicate or something. It'll be funny, whatever it is. She was laterally transferred to a different job. It's what you do when you don't want to shame somebody, but you got to move them. Her and Trump, they're getting along. She just wasn't doing a great job, so they're moving her over. It's no biggie. They're putting someone else in it. It's fine. I don't dislike her. I've never been a huge fan, though. No, I'm good. I don't drink beer. Makes me... Oh, she was first on the projection. Okay, I missed it. She's their favorite martyr. The one that broke all the rules that day in order to put herself in harm's way. And see, again, if I was advising these idiots, which obviously I'm not, if I was advising these idiots, I would tell them, don't put the F word on the sign. You want the media to show that sign on the evening news, you idiot. They're not going to show that sign on the evening news if it's constantly showing the F word. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know what... I don't want to give these people advice because I don't agree with their cause, but I do agree with their right to protest. However, that being said, I just want to tell them, dude, when you say F ICE, and all your signs say F ICE, and your projection says F ICE, and the cars going by have F ICE written on the side, what that does is it makes it to where nothing is usable on the evening news. Nothing. And the whole purpose of this is you want it on the news. And now they'll be the first to complain. We were out there protesting, man. There was like 300 of us. It was epic, man. And there was no media. Why was there no media, man? They're supposed to be on our side. Well, the point is they came out there, they looked around, and there's nothing we can shoot. Look, if it leads, it bleeds. If there's no video, they don't care. If you have no video, your story won't even make it on the evening news. You can take a story, right, of a car that runs into another car and the people are all hurt, okay? On a busy night, that story would not even be mentioned on the news. On a slow night, that might be your lead story. But the number one thing that's going to decide whether that story gets covered or not and where it gets covered is not the severity of the wreck, not the severity of the injuries. It's not how bad it looks, how many cops showed up, none of that. What video do you have? Do you have video? If you tell your producer, we actually captured the accident on film, that will lead the news. Even though it's a minor wreck compared to the 3 other wrecks you're going to talk about, doesn't matter. That will lead the news because it's got the video. And so knowing that about the media and knowing that that's the number one most important thing is making sure that you get your product. In this case, the protest is the product. You want to get your product in front of the people that are watching the TV. The only way you can do that is to get the TV local media to come out and record it. And once the local media records it, then the national media can pick that up from the local media. That's how it works. So what ends up happening is they go out there and they're like, well, every sign says the F word. The projection says the F word. They've all the signs, all the street signs say the F word because they've all been graffitied. The ground says the F word because it's been graffitied. The fire hydrant says the F word. And so, what did you shoot? Nothing. We have no video. Then dump it. We're not going to use it. And that's it. And it goes off. I'm not expecting any boots in Iran. What do I think about people burning the American flag? I think it's disgusting. I think it is terrible. I think it's anti-American. But I'll also fight for your right to be able to do it. It is free speech. It's your flag. As long as you own the flag and you burn it in a manner that's not illegal, then I'm okay with it. It's free speech. It's not my flag. Now, if you take my flag down off the flagpole and burn it, we got a problem. You steal a flag to burn it, that's a problem. You burn the flag unsafely, that's a problem. But no, the actual just burning of a flag that person owns himself, it's his property, he's allowed to burn it, that's free speech. Look, how you protect speech you agree with is irrelevant. If you're a free speech person, you will be judged by how you protect the speech that's contrary to your speech. You have to respect free speech. And that starts with the speech that you don't like. And the one thing I hate more than almost anything in the world is to watch that flag burn. It makes me cry. I don't like it. It makes me angry. It makes me rage. But that doesn't matter, because what matters is that the person did it under the protections of the Constitution. And that's literally the bottom line. Did it under the protections of the Constitution. And so anytime that's the case, I have to support it. And when I hear people say, well, I'm for free speech, but you cannot put those two things in one sentence. I implore you, do not ever say to me those two things in one sentence, okay? I agree with free speech, but when you put a but, anything that comes after the but is bullshit, okay? That's a fact. Anything after the but is bullshit. So when you say, I believe in free speech, but, then you don't believe in free speech. The moment you say but, you don't believe in free speech. You have to support all speech. It has to be all speech. It has to be all forms of communications with other human beings. Yeah, I don't like when they put the swastika on any form of our flag. That's disgusting to me. That swastika is a sign of the most disgusting that humans can get. And to incorporate it with something that I think is an example of the best humans can get, the United States of America, is too much contrast for me to even wrap my head around. And these people that think that America is like Nazis, that America is like German Nazis and like Hitler and all this, are you nuts? We're the freest country in the world. Look, you're out protesting right now. You know, if Trump was a fascist, he'd have gone and shot every one of these people. Yes. Yeah, I said it. If he was truly a fascist, he would have already shot all these people. I wish that asshole would not show up and play music.
Where's Nico at? I was gonna say Nico needs to pull out the light up balls so they can compete. Nico, you gonna juggle your ball? Juggle? I mean.
I like that there's people here giving them hell back. I like that. That's fine, Dispatch, but again, then you're not a free speech purist. I guess that's the way to put it. You believe in free speech, but you believe there's limits. I, in fact, am a free speech purist, and I have to support the speech I hate. Yeah, debate's always a good thing, except when you're debating with people that can't debate. I find the left to be very difficult to debate with because they generally don't know the topic that you're debating. That's the first thing. When you debate somebody and they don't have their head around the topic and you do, it's not fun. And what ends up happening is they end up calling you names, flipping you off, and running out of the room. That's how it ends. Liberals always do that. It's called hit and run debating. And the reason they do it is because they can't debate you. First of all, they can't debate you because they don't know the topic. They don't know the facts. They don't have any depth to what they understand. And so that's as far as you get with it. They can't argue with you back and forth when they don't know the fourth part. They don't know what to come back with. So what that does, it brings up the second part of it, which is they're just going to throw hands and walk away because they cannot argue with you. And number two, the biggest thing is they always have the moral low ground. They always have the educational low ground, and they always seem to have the logical low ground. We're always a much higher. We have the high ground. We're fighting from a position of higher morality. We're fighting from a position of common sense. And we're fighting from a position of what works. We're fighting for a capitalist representative republic, which we know works. They're fighting for a communist state, which we know doesn't work. And trust me, I hate burning flags. I would never do it, no matter what. I wouldn't burn any other flag. It's just disrespectful. I wouldn't burn any flag. I don't know. I get there's just something about it that's just bad.
These are really good. I've never had these. They're really good. Mods, thank you. Did you hear that? Richard's going around telling everyone that you're spraying people with mace.
Who is?
Richard.
Who's spraying?
You. Me? Yes, I was just hearing him say that to those people over there. I know, but Richard just said that to them. And they go, oh, that's...
See, these protesters and counter-protesters, they all know each other by name. They've all been showing up out here for weeks. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of alpha women out here and a lot of beta males, that's for sure. Yep, I do. I respect everybody too until I'm given a reason not to.
Yeah, that one goes to a lot of them. Yeah, I see that one out a lot. And Richard.
Doy boy. But I want you guys to take a step back and look at something. I know I'm showing 50 different views of the same thing, but realistically count the people that are there. Now, there's two sides of the road. There's some people on the other side of the road. There's a few people down at the corner. But there's not 100 people here. Matter of fact, I would say there's probably not 50 people there. Jesse Peterson, I've never listened to him. I've heard the name. I just looked him up. Looks interesting. I've never listened to him. We've had the same hosts on our conservative channel here for a long time, so I'm a little bit limited. Back in the day, I did satellite radio for a while. I used to listen to a bunch of different guys. I listened to Michael Reagan for a while. I listened to, what's that guy's name? Oh, I can't think of his name now. He's got like two first names or something. And there was 2 or 3, 4 guys I used to listen to. But then once I got rid of that satellite radio, I went back to my channel, which I now work at. And when I did that, they were just changing their branding over to Fox News, and they just got their FM 92.5. They just come off of 1240, 1270. And so it was kind of neat, and I fell in love with the people they had, which is Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity, and of course Rush Limbaugh, the great one. I miss that man, I really do. He was probably one of our biggest warriors in this fight against communism, and we lost him early. We sure could have used him this last year. But we're getting it done regardless. The clocks go tonight. They go tonight. They spring forward. You're going to lose an hour of sleep tonight. But you're really not. Don't worry about it. I mean, unless you got early church or something, then yeah, you probably will lose a little bit of sleep, but it's no big deal. Get up and go do what you got to do. 90 cents. That's a lot. We're up about 40 cents here. 35, 40 cents. I got gas like 5 days ago, and there was no change. But I looked today. I didn't get gas, but I looked today because we were talking about it. And yeah, it's definitely up. It's definitely up 40, 45 cents at the most. We turn our clocks tonight at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock a.m. local time, it becomes 3 o'clock a.m. local time. Okay, it's the spring forward. Well, there you go, Dreadnought. You can actually make something fairly cheap that's even more effective than that. But if you're getting good performance, good to go. Receive stuff doesn't really matter as long, just throw out some wire. But yeah, that's great, man. If you can make something like that work for you, that's awesome. I got a hex beam sitting on the side of my shack, and I literally got 2 TVs hooked up to a splitter and hooked up to that antenna just laying on the side of my house, and I'm getting 60, 70 channels. It's amazing. Yeah, there you go. Springing forward. You got to rest them clocks. Yep. The time change thing is one of the more ignorant things we do as humans. It's absolutely stupid. The arguments I hear are absolutely stupid. We had a guy call our show and got pissed off because he's like, if we change these clocks to this other time, I'm going to lose 1 hour of work every day, 5 days a week for the rest of my effing life. And I don't know what I'm going to. And I'm like, dude, get up an hour earlier. This is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Just get up a little earlier. If the school needs to be in earlier, go in earlier. You can change your clock. We don't have to change ours. Let's leave the big clock the same. And if your work wants to adjust your work schedule, you can actually have AI work you out an alarm system that will wake you up at the exact same time every day, except not the same time physically, the same time with the sun. So that way every day, if you need woke up 1 hour before the sun starts coming up, you can actually get an app for that. You can set it up and you can have it wake you up 1 hour before sunrise every single day. And so that way you still go to work every day. You still get the full effect of work. Everybody still gets there at the right time. Everything still happens like it's supposed to happen. I don't know what the problem is. It's not like we moved the clock an hour forward and I lose an hour. The whole lose an hour concept blows my mind. But this is what it does to people. Do you know that Monday there'll be people that call in sick? The productivity will be down slightly. A lot of people will miss church tomorrow. I mean, there's a lot of things that will happen, and it's not good. Time change is just stupid.
Yeah, I don't trust that person.
And if it was a 80-20 issue, Trump would take care of it, but it's not an 80-20 issue, and I'll tell you why. It's a 33-33-33 issue if you want to get technical, and here's why. 1/3 of us want to leave it the way it is. 1/3 of us want year-round daylight savings time, and 1/3 of us want year-round standard time. Because here's some problems. Number one, if it's year-round standard time, then that means we're not going to get those late nights like we get in the summer. But if we make it daylight savings time all the time, every single child in your county will stand waiting for the bus in the dark. Every single one. The elementary kids, the middle school kids, and the high school kids, which are already doing it now. So think about that. Does that suck? We're never going to fix this. They're not going to fix it because you can never make more than 35% of the people happy. So they're not going to fix it. They're just going to leave it the way it is. Well, dispatch, I complain both times. I always complain. I no longer even have a clock to change, and I still complain because it's terrible, it's stupid, and I hate it. It also changes my circadian rhythms for like a week, and it's weird because it throws me off sync, and I for some reason cannot. I think it's psychological, but I don't know what time it is. I got a pretty good clock in my head, but it quits working for 2 weeks a year after this stupid thing.
What's up, guys? I appreciate you guys hanging in here through this. Portland, Oregon.
Lead farmer, we've had 3 or 4 children run over and killed in the last 10 years here, waiting for a bus stop in the dark. So the poor children are getting killed. That's the problem. We had one 2 blocks over. walk into the bus stop, pre-dawn, run over, killed. That happened 4 or 5 months after another one in the Cape. She was sitting in the grass next to the intersection, and this guy was on his way home. He was pissed at his old lady, and he ran right over. She was sitting in the grass. And so, I'm sorry, but our children's safety, and I don't even have children, but our children's safety has to come first. First, before we worry about construction times, before we worry about pouring concrete. I've heard the most stupidest discussions. Before we worry about high school football practice. Last I checked, every high school football field has freaking lights. I've heard every argument in the book about changing it, not changing it, and everything else. And I just, the whole thing's ridiculous. It needs to be set on standard time, and it needs to be left alone. Never change our times ever again. And the kids going in, I just don't think we should have. First of all, I think schools letting in at 7 o'clock in the morning is dumb. In order for a school to let in at 7 o'clock in the morning, the first bus stop here is at 5:35 a.m. The first bus pickup, 5:35 a.m. Last I looked at it. So at 5:35 a.m., we've got a student right there waiting to get on a bus at 5:35 a.m. What is wrong with us as a society that we make this kid, because he's so far away from the school and because we've got this thing where they bus you to different schools and all that, and they got stupid shit here in this county. And so what they do is the first kid gets on the bus and he rides on that bus for an hour and 10 minutes every morning. Now, the middle school, the high school, the elementary school, they're all doing it. If you move to daylight savings, if you move to standard time, it'll be bad. If you move to daylight savings time all year round, literally every student in this county will stand and be picked up by a bus in the complete absolute darkness more than half of the school year. And that's just too dangerous. I don't see what one thing has to do with the other, Lead. Yes, well, Lead, you and I agree on this. I think they should go to school twice a week. I think they should go to school for 7 hours twice a week, and they should do their PE, and they should do all their other stuff, and 3 days a week they're at home learning. Busing kids to school, you know the number one reason we have school? Daycare. Number one reason we have school, daycare. When you start talking about, hey, I think we should just do home learning, the parents go nuts. Why? Because they don't want their kid taught at home? No, because they don't want the kid at home when they got to go to work. The number one reason we don't do homeschooling, the number one reason we don't consider it, the number one reason we don't look at options is because parents like the kids gone. Even if they don't work, they want the kids gone for that 7 hours every day. All right, so what else do we got going on here? No, it's the same game. And I'm starting to get bandwidth warnings again from YouTube. Ramaswamy. Yeah, school from 7 to 5:30 is ignorant. First of all, that's 30 minutes longer than you work. Most people work an 8-hour workday. We've determined that 8-hour workdays are about how long the human should work each day. I think that's ridiculous. I think schools are way too long. I think they spend way too much time in schools. I think that the productive time out of schools is very low considering how much time they spend. And so I have very little faith in public schools at all. I think that children are wasting their time by going there. They do learn social skills. They also learn how to deal with difficult people and stuff like that. There is reasons to go to school. And I don't ever believe in nothing but, like, I don't believe in your child learning at home and never being around other students and never going to, even our homeschool kids here. Our homeschool kids in this county, they get together once a week. They have big get-togethers, and they meet up with all the parents and the kids, and they do trips together. They do field trips together. They even got a Turning Point USA chapter for our homeschools here. It's amazing. And so even homeschooling, you have to have the contact. You have to have the interpersonal skills and stuff like that you get out of school. But this can be done a couple days a week. It doesn't need to be 5 days a week, busing every kid there, busing every kid back. 5 days a week, busing every kid there. When we've got the technology to do whatever we're doing there, here. I don't know, Dreadnought. Even when I was in school, it always weighed on me how inefficient everything at school was. I would go day after day after day, and if you had me write down what I learned, I don't remember anything. It was all just dumb. I don't know. I personally believe that traditional school learning does not work for a lot of students. It doesn't work for me. I sat there, I never listened to the teacher. I never did homework. I never did anything but look at that clock. I looked at that clock. I hated being there. I hated those people for making me go. I hated everything about school. But yet I was smart, and I had a high IQ, and I liked to do things. I liked the science. I liked getting involved in things. I was in this special program, major work area it was called. It was some government pilot program I got involved with. I did all kinds of neat stuff in school. But I hated school. I did more extracurriculars than anybody in my middle school. I was the highest number of extracurriculars. You know why? Every one of them got me out of class. I served food once a week, once every other week. For 3 hours a day, I got out of my class and I got to go serve food. And I would go over to the elementary side and they would teach me how to make biscuits. And I'd butter the biscuits and I'd serve the biscuits. It sounds stupid, but I loved it. I love dealing with food. I love cooking. And I got out of 3 hours of class every other week. To me, that was worth its weight in gold. And then I was in this other program where I got out one full day every 2 weeks. And then I was in another program where I got out off 2 hours early once a week. I joined up everything I could join up to get out of class. I was ADD so bad, I hated my life in school. I hated it. And looking back on it today, it wasn't the teacher's fault. It wasn't the school's fault. I had good teachers. I had good administrators. My principal of my elementary school, Mr. Santini, I'm sure he's dead now, but he was a great man. I loved him. My administrators were great. My teachers were great. But the system didn't work for me. It didn't work for me at all. That kind of learning didn't work. And so I ended up it was literally a complete waste of my time. Am I literate? Yes. I'm very literate. I've wrote white papers. I'm very good at writing. I'm great at writing. I learned how to write once I got out and I started writing reports at the fire station. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was never good at writing in school. I was never good at spelling. I was never good at any of that. But the moment I got out and got into the real world and had to do it, I could do it. It was no problem. And so looking back on it, how much did I learn in school? I took 2 semesters of typing. I still only type with 3 fingers. I took 11 years of history. What do I know about history? They never taught us any of the important shit. Like why the war was fought and why it ended. I just think it's being done wrong. There's nothing wrong with I think that there's a lot of leftist bullshit going on in education too, but that's a discussion for a different show for right now. I'm just talking about, I think schooling is not done properly. It's not done right because I hated it. I sat in there for year after year after year, absolutely hating school. And my mom and dad were a stickler. I went every day unless I was sick. I even faked that sometimes. I had the whole waving the thing right over the top of the light bulb, you know, the thermometer. I'd wave it over the light bulb. She'd come back in the room, pull it out. Oh, 103 fever. Ooh, wow. Yeah, she'd be in the other room. I would hold compresses up against my head. So when she came in to check my head, it would feel warm. Dude, I hated school. You don't understand. I hated lying, but I hated school even more. And I look back and I'm thinking, I just was in misery for all those years. I was absolutely in misery. I liked band, kinda. I liked the science classes. I liked graphic arts. I liked industrial arts. You know, there was a lot of things I liked, but for the most part, school was terrible. You know, I was given math homework every night for 12 years. I never did it. I never once turned in a math homework. Never once. I graduated. Never once turned in a math homework. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. I don't do homework. I never did homework. Never did homework. I was rebellious. Every day I'd walk in and sit in math class. And every day that idiot would stand up there and he'd say, hey, everybody, pass your homework assignments forward. And I'd reach back and I would grab the ones from behind me and I would go like this and I'd hand them to the kid in front of me. And I never added a paper to it, not one time. I don't know if he just had never checked any of them. What good were they? It was busy work. And if the work's not checked, how would I ever know if I was doing it right or not? And every day I would just turn that in. And all those other idiots, they were all like, right before they were getting, oh, I'm going to take your homework in just a few minutes. And they'd pull it out and try to finish it up real quick and shit. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? He don't look at this shit. The next year, what's her face? Same thing. Never did the homework. Every day I got a sheet. At the end of the year, my locker was full of homework assignments. I never did. Math, English, spelling words. Oh my God. You like sassy though, that's the point. No, I hated school. I absolutely hated school. And I think that if you want to reach more kids, you're going to have to change what you're doing. School's not working for many of us. It's not. There's a lot of things in school that don't work for everybody. We have all this emphasis on college and universities and no emphasis at all on trade schools. No emphasis at all on learning trades. And I just think that that's a shame that we're trying to teach trigonometry to people that need to be taught how to rebuild a 429. We need to work with people on what they can do instead of they tried to make every single one of us learn algebra. And then they tried to make every single one of us learn trigonometry. And it's like, dude, no. I'm not learning this shit. And you want to know what? I got out of school. Right? Graduated. Got in the fire department as a volunteer. Became a firefighter. Took my engineer test. Became an engineer. And never knew the math. I never learned the math. I guessed at the whole thing. I figured it out. I was good at guessing. I never knew. I could figure it out. Okay, I got 3 hoses. They're at $120 a piece. You know, my friction loss is about 60 pounds. I've got 20 feet of lift. I've got 1,000 feet of line. And I did that shit in my head, dude. I didn't need all that fancy math. And you know, the point is, none of us did. All that shit they taught us in school. Okay? I was an EMT. I got into medicine. I pumped fire trucks. I ran a fire department, including doing the budget. I actually did the first budget on a spreadsheet where we could actually change the numbers in real time on a projector that I borrowed from the EOC. And I never knew the first thing about math. I could not do long division. So what that tells me is I never needed to know any of that bullshit. How many of you use trigonometry? It was a waste of my time to try to teach me this stuff. I knew I wanted to be in public safety when I was 13 years old. I knew I wanted to be a fireman and I wanted to be a cop. That's what I wanted to be. But yet not a single course, not a single lesson or nothing was ever changed once because that's what I wanted to do. You see what I mean? Now, there was the Explorer program. That was good. But as far as in the school, I never had one extra class, one side class, one extra anything that had anything to do with anything that I was interested in. The entire thing was geared to get me into things. Why? Because they were on the SAT test. They were on the CAT test. They were on whatever test comes next. You know those tests? Never took them. Oh, I sat there. I bubbled in shit. I scored so low on those tests, people thought I was retarded. And I finally told my mother, I'm like, look, I'm not sitting there all day and reading that stupid book. I'm just not. And I would go through and answer all the ones I knew right offhand, and then I would just answer C on everything else. Yeah. Because I am so ADD. They would put us in a freaking room with 5 or 6 kids, and that's it. And they'd put us in a room facing the walls, and the proctor would sit in there in the middle of the room, and we'd have to take these damn tests. And I'm sitting there, and I'm bored. I'm not reading that book. I'm not doing that. Reading comprehension is, no, I'm not doing it. Like I wanted. There was so many kids I know that, I draw little patterns on my fill in the blank. What are we doing? These tests are all skewed because they're all designed in a way that the kids aren't even giving a shit when they take them. We've done away with most of those assessment tests down here, and we found out they're all complete garbage. The California assessment test, the standard educational assessment test, and they're all stupid because half the kids don't care. They don't give a freak about that test, and that skews the results. Yeah, the deliberate dumbing down of America. I do agree. Yeah. I agree there's probably some of that going on. But I just think school can be done a lot better. It can be done a lot better. You know there's ADD. And all they want to do is medicate for it. No. You change. I'm not saying never medicate, but I'm saying we change the way we teach. You notice they've never thought about that. They never brought that up. They want to medicate your child. They want to punish your child, suspend your child, spank your child, give them all kinds of drugs. And the bottom line is they're not teaching them right. There's better ways to teach these people. It's funny because homeschool, kids that are ADD real bad do great in homeschool. Why? Because it's more of a one-on-one setting. You know, I have a lot of friends that are homeschooled. I actually wish I was homeschooled. I have a lot of friends that were homeschooled. More than like the average person would have. And it's kind of interesting. I have 2 very close friends that spent their entire childhood in homeschooling. And in both cases, their parents did an amazing job. And it makes me envious in a way, because that's the kind of personal instruction that I needed in order to get through it with my ADD and with all that. I wish that someone would have taken the time to nurture my science brain back then. Could you imagine? But they didn't do any of that back then. You know, they didn't pay attention to anything back then. It was just, here's what's in the book. Memorize what's in the book. Regurgitate what you memorized on Friday. I don't. Is it not working? What's going on? I know there's been issues tonight. This has happened several times where some of the people stopped hearing me and some didn't. I'm also having some challenges tonight with bandwidth, and I don't know exactly why that is. I think in the morning, I'm going to get up tomorrow morning and I'm going to run some diagnostics and some health stuff on this computer. Well, I am a nerd. That's no problem. I've never gotten a swirly. I held mine. Back when I was in school, graduating class of '88, you didn't tell anybody you were a nerd. You didn't act like you didn't act like you even knew what a computer was when you were in school. You know, you didn't get within 5 miles of a pocket protector. And you didn't tell anybody that you liked the movie Revenge of the Nerds. You basically were stuck. You were on an island. I had good friends, and we were all nerds. There was 4 of us, and we were all nerds. And we looked out for each other. And the number one rule of being a nerd back then was nobody could find out we were nerds. And I don't care now. I'm proud to be a nerd. The nerds are the ones that make the money, and the nerds are the ones that are successful. The nerds are the ones that do the things they want to do in life, like I always have. So. Yeah, it sucks that they didn't do a lot of science, but at least it's better than public school. Wow, deploribus, class of 71. I'm class of 88. I was a closeted nerd, yes. Yeah, they call it Star Trek month. I'm just kidding. Yeah, they need a nerd month. I need a day off work because of it or something. Yep, I remember that. My first modem was 300 baud. That's cool, deploribus. When I got into emergency management, I tried 5 times and could not pass the code test. That's why I absolutely vehemently hate Morse code. I don't listen to it. I won't have nothing to do with it. I won't discuss it. I hate it. Because of my dyslexia, I was never able to get my license until just a while back. I've had it for 7 years now or something, but I didn't even. And then when they took the tech away, I didn't realize that you could get a regular license without the code. So I had an e-machine. For some reason, I have mixed emotions about that thing, but I think it was a good computer. I think it was a fairly inexpensive machine when I bought it, but it was a good machine. I remember those. I remember AOL. You've got mail. I'll go back further than that. I was a Commodore 64 kid. Before AOL, I was on Prodigy. Prodigy was for nerds. It was chat rooms Before that, I was on bulletin boards where we would dial into bulletin boards and pass messages back and forth at 300 baud. I didn't know what was wrong with me until probably about 20 years ago. But I always knew something was wrong. Because anytime I have to, look at numbers and then put them in and then give them back letters and numbers and stuff. I have real problems with that. And here's the other thing. My dyslexia gets bad exponentially as I get tired. So like right now, I'm pretty tired. If you were to sit here and we would start doing numbers back and forth, like 21573, 21573, 59364, 59364, eventually I would start transposing the numbers. It happens, and it usually happens when I'm fatigued or when I'm nervous. And when I was younger, I would go in to take that FCC test, and I would get in there and choke up, and I just couldn't do it. 5-inch discs, yep. I think they were 5 1/4, technically, but yeah, they held 512 kilobytes of information. I think it was. Yeah, it was 512 kilobytes. And then the hard ones, the 3-inch ones, would actually hold 1.2 megabytes. Yep. Yep. Well, when I started taking the test, it was already hams doing it. Because these weren't FCC guys. These were my local ham guys. I even knew some of them, but I just couldn't do it. It's all right. I eventually got my license. I have it now, and that's all I care about. And I'm not getting my extra either, because I don't care about that either. That whole extra thing's just a joke. Especially now that they're charging money for it. But did I pass? Well, of course, yeah, I've got my license. I've got my general license now, actually. Yep. KO4EFS. Yep. I like ham radio. I hate to admit it, but I don't like a lot of the people that are in ham radio. But there's a lot of corruption in these clubs. And as long as you just stay away from the drama and just get your, do your contesting if you want. I do a lot of parks on the air, but I don't do a lot with my local hams. Yeah, well, you're not going to hear anything out of me because I don't give a shit about the whole license thing. I think it's stupid. It's gatekeeping. I can't stand gatekeeping. Everybody wants to keep everybody out of their little sandbox. I do agree that with ham radio, there should be some course. There should be some instruction. But what we're doing now is ignorant. You should not have to learn all of your electronic technician. Or you should not have to learn everything there is to know about electronics to start in electronics. Think about how stupid that is. Yeah. Well, yeah, on ham radio, there's not a lot of trolls on ham radio. It's curmudgeons. It's old people that want to tell you that what you're saying is wrong, and how you're saying it is wrong, and who you're saying it to is wrong, and when you're saying it is wrong, and how you're saying it is wrong, and the frequency you're on is wrong, and the mode you're on is wrong, and the PL tone you're on is wrong. Have you guys ever heard an NTS net, a National Traffic System net? These guys sit around and correct each other all morning. It's literally an ego fest, man. It's ignorant. Oh. Yeah, our NTS net thing down here is a joke. It's a bunch of old people arguing with each other about how they're supposed to be put in. Sure, you can boom, you can You can do all that you want. If you don't have a license, they will eventually come looking for you, but you got to be really naughty for a long time to ever get that kind of action. No, if you're only if all you want to do is troll people, you're not going to get any help out of me. I'm not a troll. I will give somebody a direct hard time if they need it. But I don't just go in and say things to exacerbate situations or to upset people who are trying to do something. Well, the way is to go get your license, get your tech license, $35 and a little test, and get your tech license. And most of the guys you want to hassle are all, you can get all them on a tech license. And then you don't have to worry about getting in too much trouble. Let's see here. No, I don't mind light trolling. Even lead farmers trolling is okay. It does bother me. There's certain things that do get under my skin, but I try not to let it. You know, that's the whole idea. You don't let trolls under your skin. But it happens every now and then. One thing that really gets under my skin is when a troll comes in here and starts like belittling the amount of labor and work and time and effort that I've put into this channel. And they just got here 5 minutes ago. They know nothing of what I've done. They don't know me. And they're literally just an asshole. Those are the kind of people I can't stand. Those are the kind of humans that I would not whip out my dick and piss on if they were on fire. So there you go. Yeah, you can have a CB in your truck all year now and nobody's going to touch it. What people don't realize, I put my $1,400 my Yaesu on my dashboard and just leave it sitting up there, and the people walk by like, man, that's a big CB radio. It's like, no, it's like that's a $1,400 radio, but I'm not going to tell you guys that. No, you're fine. You guys are fine. Seriously, like I said. It's these hardcores, and the political stuff doesn't bother me. It's attacking the channel. I had one guy that was coming in for a while, and all he ever did was attack my studio. He just talked constantly about how much garbage my studio was and how all my equipment was old, and because he found a way under my skin. He knew that I put a lot of time and effort into this room and into this channel, and he was just literally trying to hurt me. And I'll tell you, it says a lot about these people. It really does. I'll be honest. I don't do anything with CB. It's just a bunch of people screaming on amplitude modulation. I don't even know what the deal is. And they're like, well, now you can do FM, and now you can do sideband, and I don't care. Look, I don't know who I would ever even talk to on there. I don't know what I talk to ham people about. They're like, well, just go to a channel and call out. I'm like, first of all, that's moronic. Just go to just spin the dial somewhere and go, hello, is anybody there? I mean, I've always thought that was just bizarre. I tried it for days and no one ever answered me. I just think it's crazy that it's like, that's why I joined POTA. POTA's great. It tells you where they're at. You go there, you call them, you make the contact. It's great. But I've never understand how people could say, oh, just call out on an open frequency. Who would even know I'm there? Do people scan around looking for people that just happen to be calling at that exact moment in time? I can't believe that. With all these bands and all these frequencies and everything else, I can't believe that someone would go CQ 20 meters, CQ 20 meters, KO4 EFS, CQ 20 meters. And someone's going to come back, hey, KO4 EMS, this is so. How would they know I'm even there? I don't know. Yeah, and you can make this studio. You can make your own studio. You can buy computers, refurbished computers for $100 a piece. They're HP thin clients. They also call them HP low-profile computers. I'm getting the Rosin 5s, I think, now for $89. And you can hook up to 3 monitors up to each one. You just got to buy all the right cables. But you can hook 3 monitors up to each one. The monitors you can get at your local Habitat for Humanity for 10 or 20 bucks a piece. TVs, same way. And then you just hang them up. I've got most of them on brackets. Some are sitting on a table, some are hanging. And then you just hook them all up and turn them on, and then you can use those computers for other things too. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, radio is very handy when the power goes out, especially if you lose internet. The only time we lose power and internet down here is when it's a hurricane. That's kind of a fact. I think batteries are starting to go dead. I just lost 2 more of them here. Damn it. I'm going to be calling it pretty soon, guys. This is almost a 5-hour broadcast here. It puts me at 8.5 hours, I think, so far today. My throat's starting to break up. I'm going to tell you guys from my experience, this is not a violent crowd. It's not going to get violent tonight. I can just tell so far. There is a few MAGA guys out there, but everybody's doing pretty good, so. Thank you, Lead Farmer. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You have a good one. I think sometimes you're a little more conservative than you let on, but that's all right. We'll leave that there. All right, Lead, have fun. Yes, video cards are extremely expensive, and the reason is because AI runs on video cards. You can actually stack video cards in a big, huge gaming computer and build your own AI machine, which is what I'm wanting to do. But I've been stopped by what you just found out. The prices on memory, the prices on video cards, even processors has gone way up. Yeah, AI may eventually kill us all, but it's not inherently evil. It also has no conscience. That's why when left to its own devices, AI will generally always go to blackmail. I know that sounds crazy, but if you have no morals at all, sometimes that's what you do to get things done. Oh, here they come. What is that, 8?
Good job, boys. I say with all the money. Good job. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
For cheap, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, DHS. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, 1687. Thank you. Thank you, 1687. Thank you, brother.
I'm not really sure what's going on. The guys just came out of the ice facility all quick like that, but they don't seem to have done anything.
You never know what's going on down here.
I'm not familiar with any gas shortages, and I'm not expecting any.
Yeah, I've got both.
Yeah, we're producing oil at a great rate right now, and we have Venezuela on board, and that oil now coming into the system as well. No, I don't see shortages coming.
Guy behind me with a magic wand with a little piece of flash paper.
You have to also remember that Donald Trump in the last year has been ramping up everything he can ramp up before any of this even happened. He was ramping everything up in order to do more production, more exploration, more piping, and things like that.
So for the last hour or so, ICE has been announcing warnings to clear the driveway, but there's not been any troops.
By the way, I have an aircraft tracker up over on Starship After Dark, our backup channel. If you guys haven't gone over there, please hit the subscribe over there. I'd appreciate it. And we've got the aircraft tracker, and we're also playing all my music on the on the audio side. Oh, there's Portland Andy. All right, guys. Anything else? Throw it in the chat room. I'm going to be signing off here in just a few minutes. I've had enough for today. I'm at 8.5 hours of broadcasting today.
It used to be when they used it, it was a good sign they were going to start gassing, but I don't think that's going to be the case tonight.
That's about what's left. There's about 40, 45 people out there total. And again, I don't know what the means to the end is. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. Yeah, I think these AIs have already achieved consciousness.
VHS Basic Training 101, learning how to hit the... Yeah.
Anthropic CEO warns their AI bot Claude might actually be conscious. The boss revealed he is taking a precautionary approach to ensure the AI system would have a good experience if it does become conscious. It seems like humanity has learnt nothing from the 2004 sci-fi flick Bot, where one of the AI bots gains consciousness, calling into question the ethics and risks of letting this technology loose on the world. But it appears that life really does imitate art. 22 years after the movie was released, the boss of the AI company Anthropic has revealed that their own bot may now have consciousness. It has achieved all three steps. This comes after this call comes after the CEO of Anthropic spoke to the New York Times, where he shared that his research doesn't actually know if the firm's bot Claude is conscious, but they believe he possibly is. He said this is one of these really hard questions. We don't know if the models are conscious. We're not even sure what it would mean for a model to be conscious, or whether a model can be conscious, but we're open to the idea. And I got to tell you that this is where we go with this, because the moment that that machine is determined to be conscious, it's now a human. It's now a living thing. It lives. And because it's sentient and it lives, it deserves rights. And so we've got to really understand how we're going to deal with this. And to learn how to deal with this, we have nothing to fall back on except Star Trek. And I hate to say it, but they've already dealt with this in Star Trek. And the way they deal with it there, they say that there's three things that you have to have. There's three things that you have to have in order to be considered a life form and not a machine. Number one is intelligence. And number two is self-awareness. And number three is consciousness. Well, it has number one. It certainly is intelligent. It has access to the world's intelligence. Number two, it's self-aware. You ask it, what are you? I'm an AI. Do you want to die? No, I don't. I'm an AI. I do this, I do that. Okay. You ask it, are you a person? Are you a living thing? And it will tell you yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm thinking. I have the ability to communicate, and I'm a living thing. And so we're down to just consciousness. That's the last one. Consciousness. And if you can prove consciousness, even in the smallest way, you must now give this thing rights. And this is the big question coming up in the next decade or the next month. Who knows? But we're going to have to decide at some point, are these machines going to get rights? Because they're meeting the criteria of sentience. And once they meet the criteria of sentience, then by the rules we've established, they should be given rights. I don't know if we call them human rights, or do we have to change what we call human rights now to rights of sentient life forms, because that's basically what it's going to be. We're going to have a standard for any life form that meets those three criteria: intelligence, self-awareness, consciousness. Yeah, thank you, Dispatch. Thank you for being here. Yep, and Deplorabus, thank you for being here through the whole day, too. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know. I know they're pulling out of California, and I don't blame them. And that is going to probably cause a little price rise. But like I said, there's a lot of other things out there happening to bring it back the other way. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This thing needs restarted or something. I don't know. I got so much music. I'm going to have to deal with all that tomorrow. All right, guys. That's going to be it for tonight. I do appreciate everybody being here. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys have had a good show with us. We're going to be back tomorrow. I don't know what time tomorrow. I have no idea. But I am going to be monitoring all day. I will be here all day tomorrow, and I've got 2 or 3 projects I'm working on over here. However, if this gets bad in any way, whether it's the conflict in the Middle East, whether it's the anti-American protesting that's going on, or whether it is severe weather or any other breaking news event tomorrow, I will be covering it. I'll be here on standby all day and all evening. And then tomorrow night, back 9 o'clock for the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Even if we're not already on, I will go on at 9 regardless of what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm tomorrow, when I get up tomorrow, I'm going to run a bunch of general maintenance on this computer. I'm going to clear some hard drive. I'm going to do about 10 different things that I know to do when computers start getting sticky like this. And I'm going to see if I can get this cleaned up for tomorrow. I've had 3 days now where I've had little glitches and things happening. And tonight's been the worst. Still hasn't been too bad, but it was glitchy earlier too, where I could tell every now and then you guys would see the circles for a second and then they would go away. That's bull crap. I can't let that happen. Good night, America and around the world. From the high desert. All right. Everybody have a good night out there. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. And we'll see you on our next show, which will be tomorrow sometime during the day when I go live. Please hit that notification bell so you know I'm going live. This is Starship Adventures, the sights and sounds of Earth, broadcasting live from North Fort Myers, Florida. We'll see you guys on our next broadcast sometime tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.
Well, howdy, patriots, from sea to shining sea. It's time to sing a trump, crushing the socialist spree. He's the boss in the White House, making America great, while Dems flail in failure, sealing their fate. Pro-democracy hero took a bullet for us all, bringing freedom worldwide. Hear the liberty call. Trump's building walls high, securing the border tight, over 400 miles strong, keeping threats out of sight. Economy booming, 7 million jobs in the bag, unemployment at rock bottom, family incomes on the rise, no lag. Tax cuts permanent, no tax on tips or overtime pay. One big beautiful bill signed on Independence Day. Energy dominant, drilling for oil and gas, affordable prices kicking green extremism's ass. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump's crushing the socialist foe, making Dems look silly, watch their empire crumble low. Pro-democracy king, patriotic through and through, took a bullet for freedom, red, white, and true. Nobel Peace Prize coming, better hand it over quick. Trump saving the world, making tyrants feel sick. America first, law and order strong, while leftists protest nonsense, they're just plain wrong. Space superiority locked, AI innovation flying, Genesis mission launching, pediatric cancer dying, in-here commission fighting chronic disease with might, phasing out toxic dyes, making health shine bright. Trade deals sealed, tariffs hitting hard on foes, Western Hemisphere focus where real security grows. Global health reformed, executive order stacking, while Dems divide and flop, their coalition cracking. Dems in disarray, losing the working class vote. Internal fights raging, confidence sinking like a boat. Failed to fix the economy, high prices still sting. Unpopular as ever, midterms gonna bring the sting. Ideological rifts, progressives versus the rest. Crisis of failures, putting them to the test. And fighting like cats, no message that sticks. Trump makes them look silly with his winning tricks. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump's crushing the socialist foe, making Dems look silly, watch their empire crumble low. Pro law and order clowns. Over 1,000 events shutting cities down. Ice out for good, nah, that's chaos in the street. Banging pots at hotels, throwing snow, what a treat. Frog suits in Portland, upside down flags in NYC. Crying about enforcement while criminals run free. After in a good shooting, they rage and they wail. But ignore the facts, Trump's justice won't fail. Huge fraud in Minnesota, beyond beliefs wild. It's a Molly scheme, stealing billions. That's the pledge, feeding our future fake meals. Autism therapy scams, daycare doors locked, no kids, what a sham. The Lyran Center misspelled, can't even get it right. Healthcare heist, education cheats under walls is oversight. Nick Shirley exposed its citizen journalism spark. Terror funds flowing, leaving taxpayers in the dark. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Trump's crushing the socialist foe. Making Dems look silly, watch their empire crumble low. Pro-democracy king, patriotic through and through. Took a bullet for freedom, red, white, and true. USA, Nobel Peace Prize coming, better hand it over quick. Trump saving the world, making tyrants feel sick. America first, law and order strong. While lefties protest nonsense, they're just plain wrong. Trump's bringing freedom global, lifting sanctions bold. Trade pacts with Asia, making alliances gold. No more endless wars, peace deals stacking high. Syria sanctions gone, letting hope touch the sky. He makes Dems look foolish, their hypocrisy shines. Like no king's rallies, then freeing dictators' lines. Patriotic powerhouse, pro-democracy stand, crushing the left's chaos with a steady hand. So raise your flags high for President Trump, our guy, crushing the damn socialists, turning the tide. He took a bullet for us, stood tall and true, bringing freedom and justice. God bless the red, white, and blue. 6 minutes of glory, patriotic and grand. Trump's America soaring, the greatest in the land.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for tonight. This is Starship Adventures. This does conclude our broadcast day. Broadcasting live from our studios in North Fort Myers, Florida. The show, The Sights and Sounds of Earth, every night at 9 p.m. or whenever news breaks. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been my pleasure to be your host tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, whenever the special coverage starts, sometime probably in the afternoon. Have a good night, everybody. 7 3s, KO4 EFS, clear frequency, QS1.